Well, good afternoon. Welcome to this Tuesday edition of Wire to Professionals, alongside Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley. John's on camera here today. We've got 9 races on tap, all main track card after the severe weather that rolled through the area here in the evening of last night.
Yes, we did. We had some definite storms. There were tornadoes, even sightings up north. So definitely, I think Chicago and around up there was a little sketchy, but definitely some rain here today, and we're just gonna protect that turf and let it kind of come back up after a nice little shower.
Yeah, I think we're looking good with the forecast here today.
Not too many scratches either.
Yeah, no, in just a moment with the Weather Authority, Fox 59's Krista McEnany here in just a second. But yesterday, around 6 o'clock, it came down here in town. We canceled the Super Sprint, the 110-yard final dash of the day.
I know Martha was so sad.
Chagrin
she loves those.
Cancel that Super Sprint, but Martha, have no fears. After school, we'll be back soon in the entries for that 110-yard dash. I'm sure Chris Polson already recording it here in a future fixture soon. All main track card, main track money. Trackman Tony Martinez and his crew, they certainly had their hands full with that severe weather that rolled in around 6 o'clock yesterday evening here in town. But for the official race day forecast, we know it's an all main track card here today, Krista McEnany. But how are things looking in the skies above the track for our Tuesday racing program? Krista McEnany, Fox 59, it's all yours.
A quiet day out of the track for our races today. We'll have temperatures climb into the mid-80s this afternoon with more sunshine the later we get into the day. Mostly clear skies on into the evening with temperatures in the lower 80s by 8 o'clock. As we head through Futurecast, you can see we keep things nice and dry as we head through the rest of the afternoon into the evening. Enjoy the races.
We certainly will. Krista McEnany, Fox 59, Racing Rachel taking a final sip just to get ready to talk about some running doubles on yesterday's card. How about Fernando de la Cruz? He's the meet leader. Fernando came roaring back after our little summer siesta. The meet leader now with 41 victories, Fernando de la Cruz, and Amir Mendoza, another jockey with 20-plus wins here this meet. Amir certainly making a good impression. He had a couple of wins yesterday to start off the racing week. Yeah,
he did. And we're going to look at Amir's doubles, but then, and I was just going to do Amir because we do show, obviously, the leading rider has plenty of doubles shown.
Fernando, you got
Yeah, but he had double-digit winners, so we're going to show both. We're going to have a replay section here. We're going to start with Amir in the opener. Number 5, Relentless Chick, obviously named after me, trained by Gennaro Garcia. He starts out with a very nice winner here.
Cloudy Star had the advantage into the final furlong as Rock and Rocio, maybe one to watch, was coming off the bench. Rock and Rocio, but Relentless Chick
always say that wrong.
Wins back-to-back. This was a nice ride by Amir Mendoza. Quick to get on the score sheet yesterday as we came right back after the summer break.
Yes, and then we went to the 7th race, which was Socorro's Prayer for John Horan and Amir, another ride. I picked a couple on here because he was very evenly matched, but Amir was aboard because Amir has been dominating.
Both for John Herron, by the way. Imminent forecast got the jump that under Jose Gutierrez, but here comes Amir Mendoza, Socorro's Prayer. By the way, his sire, Prayer for Relief, just passed away. So a victory for the son of Prayer for Relief. It was Socorro's Prayer leading home with John Herron, 1-2 in yesterday's sprint feature. Yesterday, good time, 109.09. Socorro's Prayer was certainly on top of his game on Monday.
We're gonna dedicate a race to this guy, but I do want to mention, since Prayer Relief just died, Prayer Relief's Carrie and Leanne Hopper manage Prayer Relief, and Carrie, Leanne is his wife, and Carrie passed away in July. So how crazy is it that not even a month later, Prayer for Relief dies? So just very sad losing both of them, but definitely we're wonderful people and equine horse in our athlete in our state program here. So very sorry and condolences to everyone connected to Prayer for Relief. And then Fernando de la Cruz, got to show his because he had a $11 winner and a $14 winner. We're going to start in race 4, number 1, Shaggy in the City. Trained by Bob Klein. Okay, I messed up one, so I want to make sure I didn't mess this one up. 1460.
Bob Gorham also had a couple of wins
Bob
yesterday.
had 2 wins.
Fernando de la Cruz with this victory on board Shaggy in the City. first to hit 40 wins here at the meet. How many do you think it'll take this year? In the past, Fernando's ridden over 100 winners. Joe Ramos' a century of wins. A couple seasons ago, Alberto Burgos won.
I was going to say Burgos.
Yeah, I'm thinking more like the 80s. And this was a win 40 of the meet for Fernando de la Cruz with Shaggy in the City, who kept them all at bay. Determined victory there by Shaggy in the City on Monday's card.
I think he'll get over 80 this year. He's been on a pretty nice, consistent tear.
But the jockey colony is deep this year.
Deep
you start
this
going
year.
from, Fernando's 41 down to like a Pierre Mendoza right there.
23.
In the 20s.
Well, and then like our third place. It's very close with Marcelino and Fernando, but I think what John and I are trying to stress is that there's just a big, there's a big gap. And we've seen so many, also, I feel like this year we've seen a lot more different names coming to our track from across the country than we have. The top jocks from Kentucky who race here on their off days, that's been happening for a handful of years, but I feel like we're getting a lot more jockeys interested in coming here and riding, so that's been very exciting. And then he had one for Tim Eggleston in the 5th, the 7, everyone talks. Ain't that the truth?
Everyone talks. This was one of 8 first-time starts.
Got something to say.
This was a wide-open maiden dash, and Fernando
Oh my
de la
God, the
Cruz
maidens killed me yesterday.
Wins 40 and 41 of the season for the meet leader Fernando de la Cruz. Opened up an advantage on them. Maybe one to watch. Ghost Story. I thought kind of a little bit of a bobble coming out to the starting gate. Certainly ran unwillingly under Mitchell Murrell. Just couldn't reach the winner there. Everyone talks by Motown. So a nice victory. There's Fernando. I love these
Good
things.
job, Aaron. I know.
I
wish I set up like 6 times for them to come take their pictures, and only the guys who know not to mess with me and haven't got their butt kicked yet came up here, which was Marcelino, Mitchell, Fernando.
Doesn't Alberto have one too? I thought
Alberto has one. Mr. Smiley, my boy Smiley. He just did it because he loves me. I'm gonna have to now go down and be mean Rachel, which I tell Houston that all the time. My 4-year-old, I say, "Do you want me to be mean, mommy?" And that boy snaps right up. So I'm gonna have to go knock around the kindergartners today.
I hope A.I. Allen doesn't talk back.
No, A.I. Allen is a nice boy, and he does exactly what I say, if you know what I mean. And that's how I like men. Yeah, that's how I like my men. That's how I like my men. Okay, so let's go to, and today, speaking of which, what a professional segue.
Yes, let's move on.
Beat the Bot today, ladies and gentlemen, where you have to try to out-handicap A.I. Allen. Oh, Pete, you made a move, Aaron. Good.
Thumbs up, today's contest. All right, let's talk about Beat the Bot. It begins today. Select one horse for each of the 6 contest races. That is the 3rd of the day through the 8th.
Distracted.
That's the final thoroughbred race of the day. You threw me off a little bit too.
I know, because
the top handicap for the day wins $100, but the total must beat the total of A.I. Allen. And there he is, thumbs up. He's ready to go for the contest. Weekly prize to be distributed. Points will be, these are a cumulative contest all the way through a 10-week affair here for Beat the Bot toward the finale on Tuesday, September the 29th, and that'll be worth $1,500. So there he is, A.I. Allen.
Yeah.
He's standing by. Go beat him today. Beat the Bot. It's our contest all the way through the grand finale on Tuesday, September the 29th.
And just because it's his first day back, I am going to just quickly go over it. He has the 4 in race 3, which is also my top selection, Glamorized by the Brad Cox trainee, shocker. And then in race 4, he has the 3 Star Promise, which is 15-1, but there's 3 scratches in there and it's off the turf. So I think Star Promise is going to get a little bit more action than 15-1. In the 5th race, he has the 2 in his Free Prayer. I love the 3 and the 2 in that race. I think I couldn't go between them, but I went with One Little Conquest. And then in race 6, he has the 8 Phenomenal Dream, 9-2 on the morning line. Race 7, he has the 6 Tap 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 It In. That's my top pick too. And then in the 8th, he has the 3. This is another one that came off the turf, and there's a few scratches in here. So Mackenzie's Glory, I don't think getting 15-1, but Gabe Zaya is coming in to ride. Very, very good sign. When Gabe and Biscuits come in, I always keep track of that. So good luck in Beat the Bot today. He does such a good job.
Alan probably doesn't know this, A.I. Allen, but Danny Sheehy will ride.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Mackenzie's Glory, and there's a jockey change from the 12th. That chance it. That'll be Fernando de la Cruz, who had that riding double yesterday in place of James Graham. So
okay, thank you.
Let A.I. Allen know.
No, I'm glad. I will. And I'm glad you told me. I only had the scratches. I didn't get the jockey changes yet. They send it to me right when I'm doing my makeup. And we all know I've got to paint my face. It's part of the job.
BA's hat trick, that's coming up, talking about contests. Again, we're now in the second half of the season here, and we've got the $250 prize to the top handicapper. This will be Thursdays all the way through August 27th. So just about a month-long contest starting this week as we get to the end of July. Now, more about BA's hat trick. It's a 5-week contest. Again, it starts this Thursday.
This one's interesting.
Yeah, you choose between 3 bets. I mean, talking about $4 win play show, the $2 exacta box with 3 horses, a $5 try with 4 horses. So whatever you want to play in 3 races out of the 5 to choose from. So your chance to shoot and score for a nice prize in a contest that's going all the way through the end of this month through August 27th.
Yeah, we're starting some new contests on Thursday. Tomorrow is Warriors is back, and then Thursday we are going to start a couple of things. A BA's hat trick, which, like John just said, very fun kind of structuring to that. And then we're going to go to the Grace and Grass Challenge, which is going to start on Thursday. Eric already sent us our races. I think there are a couple of later ones, 6 and 7 in the card. So very excited. Don't quote me on that. I can't exactly remember, but I know he sent us the race. I'm going to start looking at them tomorrow. But it's a very, very fun contest for us, as some of my coworkers get to join us every year, me and Brian's cohorts. The one and only Jimmy Mack, who's an honorary team member here, Scott Ehlers, who crushes it, has been in the top 3 plus 4 or 5 years. We added Jenna a few years ago. In the last 2 years, all of a sudden, now that she's figured it out, she's beat my picks every time almost. So proud of her. And then Dan Cronin is joining the team this year, and you guys all know him from Fat Ball Guy Racing. He gives out winners left and right. Gene McLean, the OG. Love my sweet Gene.
Oh,
and then,
terrific.
Yes, he is. He's wonderful. And then shout out to my girl Alexa. Very happy for her to join. And just to say again, in case you guys don't know Alexa, she got into tournament play. She's a very good handicapper. She definitely knows her business. She was with DRF, and now she's with America's Best Racing. So a very talented lady here joining us. I'm nervous.
Great lineup, and best of all the handicappers. Proceeds to the Grayson Jockey Club Equine Research. And we had Krista McEnany join us here during the A block from Fox 59, talking about the weather forecast. Not only today with clearing skies, but it certainly looks nice weather-wise here for Wednesday and Thursday's Grayson Grass Challenge as we wrap up a 4-day stretch here after the summer break.
Yep, we're very, very excited to raise money for equine research.
We'll be racing here on Saturday, August 8th. Just mark that down on your calendars, and also a terrific all-quarter horse card coming up here at the end of next month, talking about Saturday, August the 29th. So once we turn the calendar after this weekend to a new month of racing, we'll have those Saturday programs here on the 8th and the 29th of August.
Yes, we're very excited for our all-quarter horse days. It's going to be the 29th is going to be our big quarter horse stakes day. So we're very excited about that. We will have the Grade 3 QHRAI Stallion Service Auction Futurity. There's more than $500,000 in stakes purses for the day. So please join us and follow us at HS Indy Racing for all of our big days.
30 minutes away from the first of the day of the main track card, Muddy. And again, we're off the turf course here, but certainly the skies, we're seeing the sun make an appearance here at the track, and that's good news for our racing program here today. We'll keep you posted if there's any change in the track condition, with it being muddy right now at 140 here on Wire to Wire. Thanks to our great sponsors of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in 2026, leading off with Murphy Trailer Sales. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You know that, Rachel. Of course, Good friends with Bruce and Lori Murphy. 765-361-8803. Murphy Trailer Sales, the winner's circle sponsor of racing here at the track in 2026. Also, cheers to our friends with B&H Electric. They've got locations in town, in Seymour and Bloomington. They're on the web, www.bh-electric.com, if you'd like to check them out. Midwest Rancher. They've got a location there at 101 West Laurel Street in Seymour. They're on the web at MidwestRancher.com. You can call them, as Rachel did, to put up our new fence at 812-680-4204. How's the construction coming?
He's coming this week to look at it, and I'm doing that because I'm getting another baby horse.
Rachel, probably, are you getting a new Ford F-150 too?
No. I'm at my max capacity.
Maybe you want a car. Check out Russ Hubler Automotive.
Another professional segue. It's like you've been doing this for a long time or something. You're such a professional. I am honored to be here with you.
They've got their dealership in Greensburg. They're on the web at RussHublerFord.com.
Oh, we're crazy.
663-7621. Socials. I'm on there.
Follow us.
We're talking about the weather. Actually, reposted Krista McEnany mentioning that we're going to see the sun here today, and certainly her forecast coming to fruition. Racing Rachel is on X at Racing Rachel M.
Follow me. I'm a good time.
Horse coming.
Social media giveaveaways. They're all coming in the mail, by the way. I want to put that out there.
Brian Aragoni back. No more lettuce for B in his diet. At Mr. B Analyst. And also, track-wise, we've got you covered on socials. at HS Indy Racing, on Instagram at Horseshoe Indy, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis
Glad he's
Racing.
back.
All main
What
track
a
card
trooper.
here today. We're really looking forward to it. And again, sun making an appearance here, so we'll keep you posted if the track conditions are to change right now. Muddy and off the Caesars course. Quick commercial break. We need it here on this Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire to pay the bills. When the pre-race show comes back,
Rachel's paying the bills.
We'll be joined by the B block. It's Brian Aragoni, but for Racing Rachel, track announcer John Giduli. For now, we're done. Have fun.
Bye for now.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Jack Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's the B block here at Horseshoe Indy on a beautiful Tuesday, and just a slight bit of rain earlier did bring us off the turf, but the skies have cleared. We're on a muddy main track. You expect that to be upgraded throughout the day. We do kick it off now just about a half hour away. $7,500 maiden claimers all looking for their first career victory. Scratch number 8, Powerful Justice, out of this event. Leaves us with a field of 7 set to go to the post, 1 mile on the muddy main track. And John G. Dooley will keep you posted on those track conditions as they could be evolving throughout the course of the day. In this race, I ultimately did spread out just a little bit in here. I think a lot of people are going to fall into your 3-2 favorite in that spot. Midnight Legacy, I wouldn't blame you, but the horse was in a perfect spot. And ultimately just didn't go on with it last time out. Was on the wrong lead throughout, wouldn't change leads. And after a couple of good races in a row, might just be headed the wrong direction. Will 2 turns aid Midnight Legacy? That is yet to be seen. So with that, I was originally going to go 6, 7, and 8. I did throw the 2 in Midnight Legacy. I was going to try and beat that horse on first glance. However, also going to use the 6 and 7 in here. Millard's Legacy is a horse who's tested around 2 turns. May appreciate the distance more than some others in here, but is 4 years old and 0 for 8. And then Dream Fast, a horse who really woke up last time out, put together a career best performance going around 2 turns. Was it 2 turns for Dream Fast last time out, or was it just kind of a one-off? Hopefully this horse can get away with some reasonable fractions. Maybe a need-the-lead type, but that is yet to be determined. Still fairly lightly raced at this stage of Dream Fast career, and still waiting for the Eggleston gang to start to warm up and heat up. I think they could be sitting on a decent day today, potentially a training double, maybe even a training triple. I've got them all in the mix throughout the card. 11%, well below what they've been in seasons past here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and I don't expect that to continue, but now we're nearing August. I think now is the time to heat up if they're going to. 2, 6, and 7 for me in the opener. Race 2 kicks off today's $1 pick 4, a mile and 70 yards. No scratches or changes in this event. $1 minimum. Minimums, the rage all around the country. Kentucky Downs just changed their win play show minimums to $5. We recently changed our pick 4s to $1 as well with that $5 late daily double minimum. So minimums are changing and evolving, and hopefully that is good for retail players alike. I've always been a fan of the pick 4 and that low takeout here at 15%. No scratches or changes. Going to go 2, 3, and 5 in this spot. Beach Dancer and Acoustic Cap, those two put on quite the show last time out. Beach Dancer ran Too Good to Lose, and Acoustic Cat first start off the claim for Joe Roberts, put together 2 wins in a row. However, those two haven't been seen in a while. I'm always appreciative of giving horses an honest break, but June 10th to July 28th, now we're approaching that kind of where you've been for both of these animals. In fact, Acoustic Cat only has 1 4-furlong workout since that June 10th race, as does Beach Dancer as well, and they both worked out similar days. In fact, the exact same day, June 15th or July 15th as well. So those are the two to ultimately key in on. They did put on a show last time out. Beach Dancer did all the heavy lifting. Acoustic Cat went from last to first and got the nose down right near the wire. Those two really put on a show. The one that might upset the apple cart in here is Rapaket and Sammy Bermudez, Shana Del Mar. 3 for 22. I do get it. 10 second and third place finishes, but comes in fresh, has been facing tougher. And I talked about Tim Eggleston heating up. Ray Paquette could certainly heat up as well. He's a guy who just hasn't had any racing luck in 2026. Only 1 win in 39 starts, but does have 9 second and third place finishes. And when they do win, they usually come in bunches. This horse is fresh in here. Last season it wasn't that long ago. In fact, August of last year had a nice win on both the turf as well as the dirt. We'll see if Shauna Del Mar can wake up today. The 5-year-old mare in need of a little perk up since she's gone off form. 2, 3, and 5 as we move into the single. Now this single, you just got to bear with me in here. We're going to take a stand against some of the first-time starters. You got a first-time starter in Vino in the Moonlight and Core Blimey. Now if you looked at this field, your eyes might awfully quickly become drawn to the first-time starters. Michael Tomlinson wins at some of the premier tracks around the country, wins at 12% with him and his team. This 3-year-old filly goes out for Better Than a Boat LLC. I got to say, I do love that name. Interested to see the Silks with Better Than a Boat LLC. But Vino in the Moonlight, I saw the works. They're very hard to indicate neither positive nor negative. In the 2 works that I was fortunate to be able to watch, they're both solo. They're both unasked. Seems to be a long-fused filly who might excel around 2 turns, in my opinion. She seems to just kind of go steady as she comes. She wasn't asked in either. It's not like she was hard-ridden. She did continue out. However, Michael Tomlinson doesn't always have them ready to rock and roll at first asking. In fact, over the past 5 seasons, he has 1 win from 62 first-time starters. Vino in the Moonlight is a horse you want to follow the tote board. And then Core Blimey, Ray Hernandez in here, Yarmarie Correa. Not much to go off of in breeding in the way that I saw with being by Sweet Authentic, 3-time winner, who's produced some wins. Only one of them have gone on to win with St. Bernadette, who's a low-level claimer, did rack up 4 wins from 17 starts. But the others either didn't make it to the track or have not won. So there's not a lot to go off of. And I'm going to play against Rhapsody in Blue, a horse who's had chances. So why not take a crack at a horse who's on a ton of class relief? 1 try, made in special weight level at Churchill Downs. George Arnold, Victor Carrasco, he sees fit to bring his talents and services for what I believe to be his 1 mount in here. For Summer Wind Equine, this horse was training well going into debut. Went off at 20-1 in a 12-horse field. It was a very live race on June 13th. Has been well-spaced since then, 6 or 7 weeks off in between there. And since that race, your second-place runner, Yo Fancy, did come back to win at the maiden special weight level over at Ellis Park. Was bet down to 2-1 as well. And then you also had Ille de la Sight, came back to win, put up a 68 buyer at Ellis as well. So 2 horses out of the Churchill Downs races, won some very nice maiden special weights over at Ellis Park. I think I'm Game is going to get a ton of class relief today, and she's going to use that experience to power her to a win at 7-2. Not very often are we singling lone starters that finished 8th in their debut, but that is exactly what we'll do in the 3rd as we move along to the 4th. Allowance group in here off the turf. Scratch 6, 7, and 8. 6, 7, and 8 are out. I'll use 2, 3, and 4. 2, 3, and 4 in here. Throw out those morning lines. Those morning lines were made by a morning line professional, and they were also made for horses on the turf. Just as one more time, on paper, it does look tough, but this horse has 3 wins from 37 starts with 10 third-place finishes. That is certainly pesky. Star Promise is a 3-year-old gelding who shows speed and therefore a big chance, especially on a drying-out track. Has 2 wins from 6 starts, has kind of quickly gone through the conditions as well, getting class relief again today. And then You Are Not the Father, another horse who doesn't love to win. 2 for 27 with 8 second and third place finishes. I think the 2 and the 4 stand out. However, did throw in 3 simply because it's hard to trust animals that are about 5 for 70. That is the challenge in here as we switch surfaces from the turf to the dirt. Rhonda Thurman looking to keep her hot streak alive. 1 win from 2 starts. She got a win and a third in her 2 starts here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and Tiana Retcherville's having herself an awesome meet, winning it over 21%. And she's got both the 3 and the 4. I doubt she cares whether a potential 10-1 upsetter in post position number 3 or your likely favorite in post position number 4 does win, kicking off today's late fire 5. In the 5th race, the Itoba Pick 4 will commence. 3-year-old fillies, all bred in the great red state of Indiana. $15,000 claimers. 11 will go to the post. 1 will return a maiden no more. It's a challenging race. Innisfree Prayer is a horse I do not trust. This is a horse who lost to Appeasing last time out. I thought Appeasing was on his way to being potentially a career maiden, or a 3-year-old filly who just could not get 5.5 or a football field over 5 furlongs by any means, but dominated here on July 4th. Went really quickly and just kind of held on. And Innisfree Prayer was closing into it. Did close, but however, this is a horse who's had a chance and has burned some money along the way for John Heron, who's been a little bit cold here recently. The Heron bunch that I typically rave about so often, the past 30 days, they are 3 for 49. A cyclical game, not only for horses, but for riders and trainers alike. We'll see if John Heron can break out of that cycle today. 2, 3, 6, 7, 10, 11. That all that tells you is the confidence is extremely low. When you see BA go 6 or 7 deep as you can, I have really no idea. I'm going to throw 7 darts, and hopefully one of those 7 does hit a bullseye. You got some lightly raced horses on the outside that could easily be overlooked. 3 Mean Girls didn't have any finish, but that was last year, has since changed hands. Brian Cook has been knocking on the door for 40% in the money, but winless on the season. And then you've got Secret Vow, a horse who took a little bit of action. Went off at 4-1 for Tim Eggleston on debut. And Secret Vow for Kathy Jones, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. certainly has upside after being in a live race, now drawn to the outside versus the inside last time out. They went off at 4-1, breaking from the rail. Now they're going to be overlooked today, potentially for Secret Vow. A challenging 5th race kicking off today's Itoba Pick 4. But we are now 16 minutes away from the opener here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The wordsmith himself and the comedian as well. If you listened to Wire earlier today, the man has jokes on jokes on jokes, and hopefully today he has some clever quips, as we will have some epic stretch duels here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on a Tuesday, where we are muddy and off the turf, an all-main track card coming at you 15 minutes from now. Good luck today.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley, and all main track card. We're off the turf course. Main track muddy. 9 races on tap. If you have your From Gate to Glory track programs near, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Sun and clouds, temperatures through the 80s. Nice summer day. Opening maiden mile starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Top of the card, scratch number 8, Powerful Justice. Number 8, Powerful Justice has been scratched. Note number 1, Chabello is a gelding. That's the number 1. Chabello a gelding. Number 3, Lil Chance, add 1 pound to the listed program weight there. Makes it 118 corrected, and scratch the 8 from the maiden mile. The second race starts the $1 early pick 4 daily. Here, no scratches, no rider changes. 7 Classic Kitten. Add 1 pound to the listed program weight. Makes it 120. In the third, maiden 3-year-old fillies sprint. All 7 run. No changes in the third. Due at 3:12. The fourth race starts the 50-cent late fire 5. This 103 taken off the turf course. The fourth race will now be run on the main track at 1 mile and 1/16. Scratch the 6, Hot Black Coffee, the 7, Governor Ron, and take out the 8, Polar Drift. With those scratches, there'll be no superfecta wagering featured. And today's $1 Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3 has been canceled. No $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. Roth the Caesars course. No superfecta wagering. 4th race, scratch the 6, 7, and 8 as shown. In the 5th race, maiden sprint, first leg of the $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. Note the ownership of the 9, So Now What? One of the owners, Erica Mosier, a spelling correction there. No other changes in race 5. In race 6, another off the turf course. The 6th race will be run on the main track over the mile. Here's scratch 2, Dreaming Smart. 4, Cow Creek Kid. Take out the 12, High as the Sky. The 13, Pelagio. Scratch 14, Aubrey's Max, and 15, Reflex. Note number 11, Ease My Mind. Entered by John Howard as a main track only will run, and the jockey will now be Jose Gutierrez. Jose Gutierrez rides 11. Main track only entered Ease My Mind. Scratch again. The 2, 4, 12 through the number 15 all have been scratched. Following the main track mile, race 7 at 5:16. Number 3, Thousands of Hopes, has been scratched from the sprint. Scratch the 3, Thousands of Hopes. Race 8 of 9 starts our final double of the day. Another taken off the turf course. Note the distance now, 1 mile, 70 yards. Here's scratch 1, Dreaming Collect. 2, Go Town. Scratch number 5, Good Family. Take out the 8, Slam Diego. Scratch 9, Jalila. And scratch the 10, Annie Express. Scratch again from the race card. Numbers 1, 2, 5, 8, 9, and the number 10. Couple of jockey changes. 3, Mackenzie's Glory will be ridden by Danny Sheehy. Danny Sheehy will partner the 3, Mackenzie's Glory. Number 12, Let's Chance It, the jockey, the meat leader, Fernando de la Cruz. Starts the card on 41 wins here this season. That's a jockey change for the 12, Let's Chance It, to Fernando de la Cruz. And for Coach Albert Laney, and ownership correction there to Elkhorn Creek Thoroughbred LLC, Scott Archer, Thomas Archer, David Saya, Jeff Reardon, Nelia Yoshida, and Los Redos Racing Club of Eric Crawford. That's an ownership addition for the 4, Coach Albert Lady in race 8. And in the 9th, 6:15 finale, quarter horse allowance dash over the 3:30. No scratches, no rider changes. These reported overweights. 4 HF Just Reno plus 3. 6 Political Winner, 3 over. Make number 7 Dash and Quick Corona, 3 pounds over the listed program weight there. And the 8 Philomena, 2 pounds over, makes it 128 corrected. All 8 run in our final quarter horse dash of the day. 9 races, sun and clouds, 80s. It's an all main track affair. Roth the Caesars course, main track muddy with 9 minutes to post time. At 2:10 for the maiden mile. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses call postward for the first race. Starting the card with a maiden mile. Main Track Muddy. Here in field of 7. Number 8, Powerful Justice has been scratched. Scratch the 8, Powerful Justice from the race card. 1, Chabello is a reported gelding. That's the 1, Chabello, a gelding. 3, Little Chance, add 1 pound to the program weight. Scratch the 8. Race 1 of 9 on the day. All main track card. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. This maiden over the mile starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Muddy track with 2 minutes. 2 post time. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden mile. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5 here on an all main track card. Main track Muddy. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Last call for the 50-cent early pick 5. Going down to the mile start for the maiden. Main track muddy. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden mile, Alexander Crispin with Indy Kid. Micah Meeks, Chabello. Indy Kid and Chabello, the first two in. Amir Mendoza, Midnight Legacy. Penalty, he was Standard Edition facing up to the gate. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Lil Chance Drew 3. Right now, Millard's Legacy 9-5, the first favorite. 2 back at the mile start. Andre Zaloa with Dream Fast. Like Indy Kid, both for Tim Eggleston. One more, Rivering Moncada with Millard's Legacy. All 9 races today on the main track. Main track muddy to start the card. They're in the gate. Going and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Lil Chance away well toward the inside. Midnight Legacy out to lead them for Amir Mendoza as they charge into the first turn. It's Midnight Legacy, Lil Chance in the black cap with Indy Kid pursuing from third at the 6.5 and on the outside. Dream Fast is now up into fourth as these leaders go to the back of this muddy track. And then comes Chabello, who's next upon settling by 2. Millard's Legacy is in a purple cap. And Standard Edition trails here in the Tuesday opener. The first 2 furlongs of the mile, 23.16 seconds. It's Midnight Legacy. Midnight Legacy dictates terms and leads Lil Chance by a length and a half. Indy Kid is running in third by 3. Dream Fast in fourth as they go past the half-mile pole. Chabello's back in fifth with Millard's Legacy in sixth as they enter the far turn. And finally, Standard Edition. Half mile went in a flat 48 seconds. They enter the far turn and with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Lil Chance putting this move on Midnight Legacy, who tries to respond to pressure, and they have 3 furlongs to go. Midnight Legacy kicks on from Lil Chance trying to sustain a bid as Indy Kid joins them for Alexander Crispin, and Dream Fast also in range for Andre Zaloa as these maidens turn for home. Indy Kid and Dream Fast come up to the forefront. Dropping back was Midnight Legacy and Millard's Legacy on the far outside. 3/4 won at 14.58 seconds. Dream Fast went to the top. 1 furlong to go. Dream Fast leads by a couple lengths to Chabello, who's now in second from Indy Kid, who's back in third. They come past the 16th with Andre Zaloa. Dream Fast is kept to the task, and Dream Fast will be first and holds Chabello. Indy Kid third, and Standard Edition finished fourth. .141.19 on a muddy track after the maiden mile. 1 minute 41.19. We're standing by for the run order from the judges after race 1. All main track card 6145, number 6. Dream Fast at 7-2 was first in the maiden. 1 Chabello at 9-2 second. Number 4 Indy Kid at 10-1 third. And at 20-1 odds, the 5 Standard Edition gets into the frame. 6145, Anthony Zaloa for Tim Eggleston. Kathy Jones, the son of Always Dreaming. Dream Fast at 7-2 starts, the 50-cent early pick 5, and the 9-race card. The result of the first race official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 6, Dream Fast with Anthony Zaloa. Dream Fast is a 4-year-old. Dark Bay Brown gelding by Always Dreaming. Under the Kitten's Joy mare, Kitten in the fast lane. Tim Eggleston trains Kathy Jones, homebred. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Dream Fast. Out to the maiden ranks today. First results in. 6-1 exacta paid $69 even. 50-cent trifecta 614, $147.55. Standard edition ran fourth. 10-cent superfecta 6145 returned $124.08. In the opener, the 8 was a non-runner. 7 started. Muddy track 141.19. 19 minutes away, race 2. No scratches, no rider changes. Second race, number 7 Classic Kitten, add 1 pound to the listed program weight. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Race 2 starts another rolling double, 50-cent pick 3, and daily is the first leg of the $1 early pick 4. Races 2, 3, 4, 5. The $1 early pick 4. It's an all main track card today. As noted, we're off the turf. Main track remains labeled muddy. Post time for the second race at 2:43 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the Maiden Mile. Hope you had a bet on DreamFast. Running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Little chance away well toward the inside. Midnight Legacy out to lead them for Amir Mendoza as they charge into the first turn. It's Midnight Legacy, Little Chance in the black cap with Indy Kid pursuing from third at the 6.5 and on the outside. Dreamfast is now up into fourth as these leaders go to the back of this muddy track. And then comes Chabello, who's next upon settling by 2. Millard's Legacy is in a purple cap. And Standard Edition trails here in the Tuesday opener. The first 2 furlongs of the mile. 23.16 seconds. It's Midnight Legacy. Midnight Legacy dictates terms and leads Lil Chance by a length and a half. Indy Kid is running in third by 3. Dream Fast in fourth as they go past the half-mile pole. Chabello's back in fifth with Millard's Legacy in sixth as they enter the far turn. And finally, Standard Edition. Half mile went in a flat 48 seconds. They enter the far turn, and with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Lil Chance putting this move on Midnight Legacy, who tries to respond to pressure, and they have 3 furlongs to go. Midnight Legacy kicks on from Lil Chance trying to sustain a bid as Indy Kid joins them for Alexander Crispin, and Dream Fast also in range for Andre Zoloa. As these maidens turn for home, Indy Kid and Dream Fast come up to the forefront. Dropping back was Midnight Legacy and Millard's Legacy on the far outside. 3/4 won at 14.58 seconds. Dream Fast went to the top. 1 furlong to go. Dream Fast leads by a couple lengths to Chabello, who's now in second from Indy Kid, who's back in third. They come past the 16th with Andre Zaloa. Dream Fast is kept to the task, and Dream Fast will be first and holds Chabello. Indy Kid third, and Standard Edition finished fourth.
We are 8 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Woo, that one went quick. 3-year-old and up, claiming for 12.5. Congratulations to Oa and Tim Eggleston on winning the opener very nicely in there with the 6 Dream Fast. Finally breaking the maiden. This one, an interesting group. I kind of went the route of horses who are dropping down versus maybe some other ones that have already ran at this level. So with that being said, I could not look away from the 1. I had that one too. When you go through some of these horses, like the 2 has nice figures, not the highest early pace figure or speed numbers, obviously, but ran at 12.5 before. The 3 Beach Dancer, the current favorite, also ran at 12.5 last time. So I just kind of wanted to try something new. And Gennaro's got this horse coming in from Kentucky. He claimed it from Churchill June 14th at a mile and a 16th in a claiming for 16, Edgar Road. It was a last place finish, and then he catches the slop in a claiming for 20 with a mirror in the irons, and was at 7 furlongs. He's got this one going back 2 turns, and he also has it down farther than it's ever been, quite frankly. So I think that this is going to be a real difference for her. She's an older mare. She's a 6-year-old mare, but she looks really lithe, very sleek, long. She definitely has the scope of a 2-turn horse. She's not the longest I've seen, but definitely, maybe it's just because her neck's straight up. Like, she's on alert today, boys. And normally thoroughbreds do hold their head high, but she's really looking around. So can't wait to see what she does today. I had that one too, a 6-year-old mare. I mean, she has ran 28 times, and she's got 11 in the money finishes. I don't see her getting class relief and not being good. So then the 3, as we see coming into the frame here, Beach Dancer. Fernando de la Cruz, our leading jockey, coming off of a two-win day yesterday. He's riding here for Tim Eggleston, and Tim's trying to make it a two-win day for him today. And I think he's got a really good shot. This one owned by 514 Racing. You see Jordan, the assistant, Jordan Hash there, does a great job for Tim. And this one is the one that I was kind of alluding to. Like, I couldn't decide whether I liked the 1 or the 3 more. And I thought, you know what, the other horse is the class. This horse has been running in Indiana. It's gone down to 12.5, and it still got beaten. Granted, less than a length per second is nothing to, balk at. But definitely not getting class relief like the 1 is. And it's on the inside, and has early speed figure in the time form of 112. And then it has the highest spotlight rating of 94. I am so getting sucked over from Brisnet to time form. Just seriously, it's good. Classic Kitten is who I'm going to go with next. And we all know this is the longest shot on the board. But Hannah Leahy is amazing. She's been on fire lately. She's just become one of my favorite people. And Jose Cazares, don't leave him out. Look at these percentages for not one of the big names. I mean, we got a 15% win clip, 29% in the money. Those are pretty good. And this horse has shown that it can go at a mile very nicely in the past. And it was on dirt. Some of these recent ones were on turf. And we're not on turf today for this girl. So I thought, you know what? I'm just going to throw in the longest shot on the board because I believe Hannah has a nice one to at least, complete the superfecta in here. 137 for me in the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on a Taco Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the main track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, now upgraded from muddy to good. It's an all main track card. Main track good here. These fillies mares at 1 mile and 70 yards. A field of 7. There are no scratches and no rider changes. Number 7, Classic Kitten, add 1 pound to the program weight. Makes it there now 120. 1 mile and 70 yards. Main track good. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. This starts the $1 early pick 4. Parading with 3 minutes to post time. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time and the start to the $1 early pick 4 on an all main track card. Main track good. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Oscar Kilos. Amir Mendoza with I Have That One Too. Alberto Burgos, I Made It, has joined I Have That One Too. Micah Meeks with Acoustic Cat coming up. Sammy Ramirez with Shanna Del Mar taking her position within the starting gate. Now Beach Dancer, leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 41 wins here this season. Joe Ramos Reimagine loaded here at 1 mile and 70 yards. Beach Dancer installed at 4 to 5 and one more. Hanalei with Classic Kitten. Main track now labeled good at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Sharp starts for both Beach Dancer with I Made It in a red cap, and Classic Kitten strides up on the outside to join as they make their way toward the first turn with Fernando de la Cruz. Beach Dancer is the overall leader with 7 furlongs to run. I Made It staying close to Beach Dancer as these fillies and mares go to the back of this now good track. There comes Shannon Del Mar in between horses, joined now by Classic Kitten vying for third. Toward the inside, Acoustic Cat in fifth. It's a break of 3 more to Reimagine who's next, and onto the hands of Amir Mendoza. I Have That One Too has drifted back to be 7th and last. The quarter 24.21 seconds, the favorite led with Fernando. Beach Dancer doing the legwork here in front by 3/4 of a length. I Made It staying close to the front runner for Alberto Burgos. I Made It a second by 7. Chanel Del Mar third, going past the half-mile pole. Micah Meeks and Acoustic Cat remains in fourth, while 3 clear from Classic Kitten, who's hard-pressed with over 3 furlongs to go. The trailers remain Reimagine, and finally, I Had That One Too. Half-mile 47.54, Beach Dancer, driven toward the quarter pole. I Made It right there to the odds-on front runner. At 15 to 1, I Made It takes a crack at Beach Dancer as they turn for home with under a quarter of a mile to go. 3/4 went in 1 minute 12.03 seconds, and Acoustic Cat is sweeping into action. Here comes Acoustic Cat, who's come past I Made It and has Beach Dancer the target. 1 furlong to go. Beach Dancer just clings on. Micah Meeks and Acoustic Cat surging up on the outside of Beach Dancer. Acoustic Cat, Beach Dancer down to them on the bob. Beach Dancer does it. Beach Dancer just thwarts Acoustic Cat's long run through the stretch. I Made It finished third. .142.33 on a main track now labeled good. 142.33. Photo finish to Beach Dancer over Acoustic Cat. 3 to 5 on Beach Dancer, and all the way winner Fernando de la Cruz for Tim Eggleston, who sweeps our first double of the day. At 15 to 1, the 4, I Made It back in third. These were clear. 5, Chanel Del Mar at 7 to 1 finished fourth. Reimagine with Classic Kitten the next 2. At 9 to 2, I Had That One Too, never picked up on the good track. 3 to 5 winner home, Beach Dancer, leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz. This is 42nd on the season. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 3 Beach Dancer. And there's the meet's leading jockey, Fernando de la Cruz. 42 wins here this season. It's a 123-day meet. Beach Dancer is a 5-year-old bay mare by Cloud Computing. Out of Bears True Gal by Yes It's True, the now 6-time winner. It's the early double for Tim Eggleston. Here for Matt Kwiatkowski's 514 Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Beach Dancer. And all the way winner for Fernando. It's official. The 3-2 exacta returned $11.20. 50-cent trifecta 3-2-4 paid out $23.10. 6 and 3 in the opening double. Combining Dream Fast with Beach Dancer, both for Tim Eggleston. $24.40. Shenna Del Mar finished 4th. 10-cent superfecta 3-2-4-5 netted $14.53. In the Fillies and Mares, favorite was first. All 7 ran. Good track, 142.33 after the running of race 2. Race 3 is next on the Tuesday docket. 20 minutes away. Maiden 3-year-old fillies. Sprint, track good. 7 of them run. No changes in the next. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will be at 3:12. And they're off. Sharp starts for both Beach Dancer with I Made It in a red cap, and Classic Kitten strides up on the outside to join as they make their way toward the first turn with Fernando de la Cruz. Beach Dancer is the overall leader with 7 furlongs to run. I Made It staying close to Beach Dancer as these fillies and mares go to the back of this now good track. There comes Shannon Del Mar in between horses, joined now by Classic Kitten vying for 3rd. Toward the inside, Acoustic Cat in 5th. It's a break of 3 more to Reimagine Who's Next, and onto the hands of Amir Mendoza. I Had That One Too has drifted back to be 7th and last. The quarter 24.21 seconds, the favorite led with Fernando. Beach Dancer doing the legwork here in front by 3/4 of a length. I Made It staying close to the front runner for Alberto Burgos. I Made It a second by 7. Chanel Del Mar 3rd, going past the half-mile pole. Micah Meeks and Acoustic Cat remains in 4th. While 3 clear from Classic Kitten, who's hard pressed with over 3 furlongs to go. The trailers remain Reimagine, and finally, I Had That One Too. Half mile 47.54. Beach Dancer driven toward the quarter pole. I Made It right there to the odds-on front runner at 15-1. I Made It takes a crack at Beach Dancer as they turn for home with under a quarter of a mile to go. 3/4 went in 1 minute 12.03 seconds, and Acoustic Cat is sweeping into action. Here comes Acoustic Cat, who's come past I Made It and has Beach Dancer the target. 1 furlong to go. Beach Dancer just clings on. Micah Meeks and Acoustic Cat surging up on the outside of Beach Dancer. Acoustic Cat, Beach Dancer down to them on the bob. Beach Dancer does it. Beach Dancer just thwarts Acoustic Cat's long run.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am FBG Dan Cronin, and welcome to the Horseshoe Indiana third race coverage. Man, I really like one in here. It's a 3-year-old filly by Maxfield. Elusive Quality Dam. You get Martine Pedroza riding and Brad Cox training. Hard to get better than that. Glamorize, the 4, is who I'm talking about. So the layoff's a little bit of a concern. Saratoga 2025. So basically, she's a first-time starter. She hasn't run in a year, almost 11 months. So, you know, could she be a little rusty? Could she get left in the gate? You know, all that kind of stuff figures in. But I really like this horse. I think she's a nice one. They paid enough money for her, that's for sure. First time Lasix, I think, will help. The 4 post is not going to hurt. I look for Glamorize to dominate this field. So I will be making a large wager on Glamorize if I get any kind of price. Obviously, I don't want 3 to 5. Now, who else can win? Well, the 1 is my second choice. I'm game for George Arnold. He's trying to be a little sneaky and bring one in here. He's been very successful doing it. He's brought 4 horses in. He's win 2 with 1 second. So he knows what horses to bring here. The horse is out a game winner. She's a 3-year-old filly also. You get Carrasco riding, but she is stuck on the fence. She is going to have to get out of there. Bred for the wet, yes. 404 wet number. Hard to get much better than that one. Now, if you wanted to use a third horse, which I'm not doing for sure, Dale Romans has Aunt Cheryl, the 6, also coming in from Churchill. Boy, does she need to wake up. She has not run a step. They're hoping that the lower level will help her. I don't think it will, but crazier things have happened. She's going to be around 5 to 1. I can't fault you taking 5 to 1 on anything, but I love Glamorize in here. You know, the only other horse I would talk about is Rhapsody in Blue, the 2. Had a lot of chances, but the numbers are solid. Turning back in distance. Maybe she'll wake up. That's that. I think the 4 Glamorize is going to win. I'm looking for an open length victory. I'm looking to be screaming at about the 16th pole for Martine Pedroza. Don't fall off. I'm FBG Dan Cronin. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the third race. This maiden 3-year-old fillies dash over the 6 furlongs, a field of 7. No program changes. All 7 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Main track good. Parading with about 2 minutes to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. late scratch, number 2, Rhapsody in Blue, has now been ordered scratched by the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian. Scratch 2, Rhapsody in Blue. All wagers here on the 2 Rhapsody in Blue refunds. There will be a 3 and 2 consolation double. 3 and 2 for a consolation double. Those using number 2 Rhapsody in Blue, a late scratch and a multi-race wager. You'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in those multi-race wagers. Scratch number 2, Rhapsody in Blue. After the late scratch on number 2, Rhapsody in Blue, the horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Victor Carrasco with I'm Game. Danny Sheehy partners Vino in the Moonlight. Vino in the Moonlight has joined I'm Game. Now Gucci Gammy. Luke Hoskins claims the 10-pound apprentice allowance with a couple of career wins. Martin Garcia, 3-time started Aunt Cheryl, 2 back. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Glamorize. Late scratch on 2, Rhapsody in Blue, and 1 more. Yamari Correa, Core Blimey. She's one of the 2 first-time starters at 6 furlongs. Good track, Golden Line. And they're off. Aunt Cheryl away fast, in company with Core Blimey, who's going for an early attack. These 2 head-to-head out in front through the first furlong with I'm Game. Right there, nestled in toward the rail for Victor Carrasco. Between horses, Gucci Gammy, and on the outside. First run since Saratoga. 2025 for Glamorize, who's part of the pursuit of these 2. Aunt Cheryl, who just leads Core Blimey at the 3.5, and the newcomer, Vino in the Moonlight, trails the maiden filly sprint. The quarter was 22.59 seconds. They rolled to 3 out, and it's Aunt Cheryl who spearheads them for Martin Garcia as Glamorize is starting to draw a beat on her. Here comes Glamorize up to Aunt Cheryl as they come past the quarter pole, 2 clear from I'm Game, who straightens away in 3rd. Dropping back was Core Blimey with on the outside Gucci Gammy and Vino in the Moonlight, and Glamorize has taken charge into the stretch, half mile in 47.02 seconds with Marcelino Pedroza Jr., the daughter of Maxfield. Glamorize is out in front of I'm Game, who's trying to chip away at the margin, and with Victor Carrasco, it's I'm Game who's overpowered Glamorize. I'm Game at second, asking 1 by 2. Glamorize was tracked down by I'm Game. Aunt Cheryl 3rd, and Gucci Gammy finished back and forth. One 11.98. Good track after the maiden 3-year-old filly sprint. 111.98. 1463. Number 1. I'm Game at 6-5 first. Track down the $1 million yearling. The 4 Glamorize, making her first run in a season. The runner-up to I'm Game. Number 6 Aunt Cheryl. 5 to 1/3, and at 46 to 1. 3, Gucci Gammy gets into the frame under 10-pound apprentice Luke Hoskins. 1-4-6-3. Daughter here of Game Winner. Second asking debuted at Churchill. I'm Game Victor Carrasco for Rusty Arnold and Summer Wind Equine at 6-5. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 1, I'm Game with Victor Carrasco. I'm Game. 3-year-old Chester filly by Game Winner. And of the Distorted Humor mare, Funny Feeling, Rusty Arnold. Trains for Jane Lyons, Summer Wind Equine LLC. She was bred in Kentucky by Summer Wind Equine. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of I'm Game. Out to the maiden fillies ranks, it's official. The 1-4 exacta paid $8.40. 50-cent trifecta, 1-4-6, $5.50. 3-1 double, $13.80. 3-2 consolation double, $3.20. Gucci Gammy was fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 1-4-6-3, $4.15. And the 50-cent pick 3. 6 with the 3 with the 1, netted $29.15. In the maiden, 2 Rhapsody in Blue was a late scratch. The 2 was a non-runner. Favorite second. 6 ran, 111.98. Main track now upgraded from good to fast going forward. All main track hard, main track now fast. 20 minutes away from the 4th. When the 3 take it off the turf course, it's an all main track affair. 4th race will now be run on the main at a mile and a 16th fast track. Scratch 6 Hot Black Coffee. Take out the 7 Governor Ron and scratch the 8 Polar Drift. It's off the turf. Scratch the 6, 7, and 8 no superfecta wagering, and the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3 has been withdrawn. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta. The 4th race starts another rolling double, pick 3, and is the first leg of the 50-cent late fire 5. Fast track, post time will be at 3:43. And they're off. On Cheryl, away fast, in company with Core Blimey, who's going for an early attack. These two head-to-head out in front through the first furlong with I'm Game. Right there, nestled in toward the rail for Victor Carrasco. Between horses, Gucci, Gammy, and on the outside. First run since Saratoga. 2025 for Glamorize, who's part of the pursuit of these two. Aunt Cheryl, who just leads Core Blimey at the 3.5, and the newcomer, Vino in the Moonlight, trails the maiden filly sprint. The quarter was 22.59 seconds. They roll to 3 out, and it's Aunt Cheryl who spearheads them for Martine Garcia as Glamorize is starting to draw a beat on her. Here comes Glamorize up to Aunt Cheryl as they come past the quarter pole, 2 clear from I'm Game, who straightens away in third. Dropping back was Core Blimey with on the outside Gucci, Gammy, and Vino in the Moonlight. And Glamorize has taken charge into the stretch, half mile in 47.02 seconds with Marcelino Pedroza Jr., the daughter of Maxfield. Glamorize is out in front of I'm Game, who's trying to chip away at the margin. And with Victor Carrasco, it's I'm Game, who's overpowered Glamorize. I'm Game at second, asking 1 by 2. Glamorize was tracked down by I'm Game. Aunt Cheryl third, and Gucci Gammy finished back and forth. Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, be sure to check out our brand new gift shop. Open now, right there on the first floor, beside the program stand here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Pick up a souvenir of your day at the races. Great to have you with us. Stop in, check it out. The gift shop, open now, first floor at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Nine minutes to race 4 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I just told someone I was going to stop looking down because Ryan sent me pictures of myself, and then now I'm looking down again because my wrong papers came up. But we do have some scratches in here, 6, 7, and 8 in this 4th race. And I got my girl going 1-3. Tiana's got some nice horses in here, you guys. And the 4 right now is a 6-5 favorite, and that is my top selection, Mr. You Are Not the Father. You Are Not the Father gets Fernando de la Cruz in the irons. He won the 2nd race. He's coming off a double yesterday, and they were both double-digit winners as well. He's riding here for Miss Tiana Richardville, who is the breeder, owner, and trainer of this 6-year-old gelding. 2 back. at a mile and 70, because we are running a mile here instead of a mile and 16th because it was on the turf and now we're moving it to the dirt. He put up a 71, some good speed. You know, he has flashed some nice turf speed, but look at the consistency on the dirt. Really nice second speed and a half a link, a couple of really nice wins. One of his 2 wins have been I think a mile. That was a mile and a 16th that stat was for him. So sorry that I wrote that down. It was a second place at a mile and a 16th, and another nice second on the slop, second in neck at a mile and 70. So he has, look at all these second place finishes at a mile and 70, and a nice win and an allowance. That was 4 back, and he put up a really nice speed figure. So you are not your father. I just think the speed of the group, he's got versatile speed. He can win on grass or on dirt. He just sort of has to have the pace go the way that he wants it to go, and I think he's got a really good shot in this group for that. Next, I'm going to go to the 5, Zach. Love a guy named just a horse named Zach. I just think that when you name them like Roger, like, why isn't there a racehorse named Roger is what I want to know. Alberto Burgess aboard for John Horan. And Horan also a nice day yesterday, a really nice winner. The consistency of Horan's barn the last couple years is unmatched. This is a 5-year-old gelding by Pass Rush, and it's a key start here, third off the layoff. And I'm not going to complain about the last race because he set the pace and ended up getting beat by 3 lengths in there after getting bumped through the race. So, I think that he's got a really good shot today. On top of that, if you go 4 back, it was on grass, though. He put up a 78. Now, he's got the turf speed, but we're off the turf today, so I think he's going to be in the mix. If we were on grass, I'd say Zach's the winner. Since we're on dirt, I had to go with You Are Not the Father. But he has a really nice bullet work coming into here on July 30th after that June 30th try. July 15th, I'm sorry. 5 furlongs, a minute and 1. Breezing, 1 of 15. And then they're coming out, so let's round it out with the 3 Star Promise. I was looking for a long shot, and I thought, you know what, let's see if Tiana can get first and third. And I think she might have a chance with Star Promise. This is a younger guy going up against older. I know you guys don't like that. Most people don't, but I don't mind it at all. Now, this one was bred by the late, great Jim Edgar. We lost him recently. Gosh, we lost a lot of people recently. I don't like it. Thirsty Acres, Tiana owns with 3 Star Stable, Ron Jones. Tiana's a high percentage trainer. She's 22% win clip, 48% in the money. She's top 4 in earnings, and she's I might have that mixed up. She's top 5 in earnings, and she's in the 4th in the standings, or one of the flip-flop those maybe. But anyways, she's top 5 earnings and standings there, Rachel. That's the right way to say that. And this horse is coming out of a race where I just don't think that they went a little bit faster for a mile and a 16th than I think she wanted. I think he kind of had to send it. Tiana also, I think so. But if you look, he goes to the lead almost every time. Whether or not he can hold it in that final stretch is the question mark. But I think she's got a pretty good chance here as she rednecks around You Are Not the Father. 3's already ready. Yep, how smart am I? That is You Are Not the Father. So the Maury Povich hunch play is my top pick. And then I've got Tiana finishing third with Star Promise. So 4, 5, 3 for me. For all the millennials that took a sick day and went home to their grandma's house and watched Maury Povich and The Price is Right, this is what Tiana named this horse for. And yes, she has the best named Indiana breds ever. And we do have a note, a whole list. When we think of something funny, we write it down to name them. And You're Not the Father was one of those. So good luck to her and them. But I think Fernando's got a nice shot at a double here today. Good luck.
The horses stepping on to the track. Main track now fast here at Horseshoe Indianapolis for the 4th race. A field of 5. Scratch 6, Hot Black Coffee. 7, Governor Ron, and take out number 8, Polar Drift. No superfecta wagering. Scratch the 6, 7, and 8. Main track fast here over the mile and a 16th. All main track card. This, the 6th and 8th of the 3 off the turf. Fast track. Win, play, show. Exacta trifecta. Double pick 3. Here are the starts of the 50-cent late fire 5. Round about 2 minutes to post time. 2 and 2. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Here are the starts of the 50-cent late fire 5. We're off the turf. All main track card. Main track fast. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the mile and a 16 start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Joseph Bimmer with Looking Good Lewis. First of 5 to take his position within the starting gate. Here over the mile and a 16th, now Javier Diego with Justice One More Time. Justice One More Time is joined. Looking Good Lewis, now Joe Ramos with Star Promise. Like You Are Not the Father, both for Tiana Richardville. You Are Not the Father, Fernando de la Cruz has a win on the card, and one more. Alberto Burgos with Zach. It's one of 3 taken off the turf course. It's an all-main track day. They're in the gate. They're off. Star Promise. Out to a sharp start for Joe Ramos. Star Promise to lead them early for the run toward the first turn from Looking Good Lewis, who's joined by Zach in the green cap. Star Promise in charge for the first turn run. Justice One More Time and You Are Not the Father in the 3-path. The leader, Star Promise. Nice and easily lead here, attained by Star Promise, who's taken in hand for Joe Ramos at the 6.5. And leads these Indiana breds to the back of this now fast track, leading Zach, who's right there on the outside for Alberto Burgos, Star Promise, as they make this backstretch run. Javier Diego and Justice One More Time in the black silks is running in third by a length. Fernando de la Cruz with You Are Not the Father. Blue with the orange sleeves and a blue cap, and Star Promise leads, and those the Tiana Richardville too. Into the hands of Joseph Bimmer, Looking Good Lewis remains last to the quintet. Quarter 24.77. Star Promise 48.20 for the second part. So Star Promise moving well. Just over 3 furlongs to go. In front of Justice One More Time, and Zach is the first one under pressure. Zach being hard ridden to improve to 3 furlongs from home. And Star Promise remains the overall leader. 4 lengths in front of Justice One More Time and Zach. It's a break of 7 more. You're Not the Father is hard at work and making no late impression. You're Not the Father and Looking Good Lewis yet to make a bid. Star Promise and Justice One More Time to square off 3/4. 1 minute 12.54 seconds. Joe Ramos and Star Promise gets those left-handers. So too, a pop of the crop, now a switch of the stick there for Javier Diego, and Justice One More Time has gained the upper hand on Star Promise with Javier Diego. Justice One More Time pull clear to best. Star Promise by 3.5. You Are Not the Father finished third, then Zach and Looking Good Lewis was last to the 5. (146.07). Fast track, 2-3-4-5, the unofficial. First number 2, Justice. One More Time at 4-1. The blue 3, Star Promise and Evans, the runner-up. Number 4, You Are Not the Father at 8-5 was third. And 5, Zach, 6-1, fourth. There was no superfecta featured. Looking Good Lewis was last home, trailed throughout, 146.07. Javier Diego getting on the Tuesday score sheet here for Rhonda Thurman, son of Harry's Holiday, was 4-1. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 2, Justice One More Time with Javier Diego. Justice One More Time is a 6-year-old big gelding by Harry's Holiday, and a Golden Pioneer by Pioneer of the Nile. The now 4-time winner, trained by Rhonda Thurman for Kelly and Austin Thurman. Race 4 official, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Justice One More Time. 2-3 exacta paid $22.20. 50-cent trifecta, 2-3-4, $7.40. 1-2 double, $35.40. Justice one more time capped off a pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4. 50-cent pick 3 of 3 with the 1 with the 2, netted $13.90. 5 started, 146.07. Fast track. 22 minutes away, race 5, a maiden sprint. And only 11 run. No scratches, no rider changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Next, the starts of the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. Main track fast, post time 4:14. They're off. Star Promise. Out to a sharp start for Joe Ramos. Star Promise to lead them early for the run toward the first turn from Looking Good Lewis, who's joined by Zach in the green cap. Star Promise in charge for the first turn run. Justice one more time, and You Are Not the Father in the 3-path, the leader, Star Promise. Nice and easily lead here, attained by Star Promise, who's taken in hand for Joe Ramos at the 6.5. And leads these Indiana breds to the back of this now fast track. Leading Zach, who's right there on the outside for Alberto Burgos, Star Promise, as they make this backstretch run. Javier Diego and Justice one more time in the black silks is running in third by a length. Fernando de la Cruz with You're Not the Father. Blue with the orange sleeves and a blue cap, and Star Promise leads, and those the Tiana Richardville too. Into the hands of Joseph Bimmer, Looking Good Lewis remains last to the quintet. Quarter 24.77. Star Promise 48.20 for the second part. So Star Promise moving well. Just over 3 furlongs to go. In front of Justice one more time, and Zach is the first one under pressure. Zach being hard ridden to improve to 3 furlongs from home. And Star Promise remains the overall leader. 4 lengths in front of Justice one more time, and Zach. It's a break of 7 more. You're Not the Father is hard at work and making no late impression. You're Not the Father and Looking Good Lewis yet to make a bid. Star Promise and Justice one more time to square off. 3/4. 1 minute 12.54 seconds. Joe Ramos and Star Promise gets those left-handers. So too, a pop of the crop. Now a switch of the stick there for Javier Diego, and Justice one more time has gained the upper hand on Star Promise with Javier Diego. Justice one more time pull clear to best. Star Promise by 3.5. You Are Not the Father finished third. Then Zach and Looking Good Lewis was last to them.
The state's only thoroughbred and quarter horse racing is going on now at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville. Always free parking and free general admission. More details at HS Indy Racing.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the $1 Itoba Pick 4. I am FBG Dan Cronin, and we're going to try this on take 2 because of all the scratches. All right, 5th race, 6 furlong dirt race, so we don't have to worry about that. We are going to use 2 of them here to stay in budget. In this free prayer with Mendoza, one of my favorite riders. Going to sit close and try to explode home. And then one little conquest, the 3 is my other one. I'm just going to use 2, 3. That's it. We're trying to get through with just 2 of them. So We got a little bit of budget here into the second leg. Off turf, we got some scratches, of course. Creek Valley, I'm hoping could maybe go wire to wire, or that's the one horse. The 6, Go Go Row Row, another sprinter trying the distance. We'll see about that, but has a big chance and is a huge price. Even with the scratches, probably pretty big price. And then Phenomenal Dream, 1 for 33 scares me, but Oaklawn Park, shipping here. This is a drop in class. Maybe he'll be able to storm home with Joe Ramos. Now, we also got the 11. We're not going to leave out the MTO horse, main track only, Ease My Mind. Another one that'll be sitting close. We'll try to pounce on him, maybe get to the lead. I don't know. I don't think he can make the lead here over the rail if De La Cruz sends, but we'll see. I'm going to use 4 of them, 1, 6, 8, and 11. So now, small players. $96 is too much for you. I get it. You got to make a choice in this leg. 7 or 8. Which one do you want? It's kind of a flip of a coin. The 7 illegal contact for Randy Klopp looks really good. Going to sit close, tractable speed, try to pounce later. Rigoberto probably will outbreak illegal contact with Manny Esquivel from the outside for Cipriani Contreras. That's why I like the 8 just a little better than the 7, but I'm using them both. But if you're a smaller player, the 8's a better price, at least on the morning line. A better post because he gets to sit on the outside and go whenever he wants to. And I think maybe he'll outbreak the other horse. So 7 and 8 is who I'm using in the 7th race. Now we get to the 8th. I'm going to hit the all button. I am. I'm going to hit the all button. They've cut it down to 6 horses, and I don't want to get beat by some wild horse in the last leg when I've got room to do it on the budget. So 2-3 with 1, 6, 8, 11 with 7, 8 with all. Okay, you're a small player. What do? You don't want to take all. Mackenzie's Glory for Sheehy would be the first horse I would use. Ignore that 15 to 1. You're not going to get anywhere near that. But should be able to sit mid-pack, make a run, has a win on dirt. That's a key, has a win on dirt. Now, the 4, Coach Albert Lady, also has wins on dirt, has wins on a wet track, but those are much, much lesser races. So, I'm not sure where this horse will fit, but another one that might be a decent price. Fancy Fascinator might make the lead, the 6 with Summer Pauly. We know she likes to send. This horse has got speed. They may all be trying to catch that one. So I just said to heck with it. It's hard to split these at the end, but small players, if you want to cut 6 horses into 3 horses, I would take 3, 4, and 6, and then I would take the rest if I had the budget. So what do you do? What do you do? There's some tough decisions to make here, but I am hoping Manny Esquivel for Cipriani Contreras for the smaller players can get home. Rigoberto and Manny Esquivel don't fall off.
Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with the call for riders up. The horses now stepping onto the track for the fifth race. Maiden filly sprint over the 6 furlongs, all 11 run. No scratches, no rider changes. 3 Mean Girls last to step onto the track. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3. Here are the starts of the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. It's an all main track card, main track fast, get your wagers in. Due off soon. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time loading. Joseph Beamer with Tabit Charm. Fernando de la Cruz, Old Gray Tune coming up. Joins Tabit Charm. Here, Old 11 Run. Amir Mendoza with Innisfree Prayer. Micah Meeks, Tornado's Quest, like Innisfree Prayer, both for John Harron here. The Maiden Fillies Dash. Fast track over the 6. Joseph Romero with Holiday Fever. Jose Gutierrez with One Little Conquest. Taking her spot. Alberto Burgos. So now what? Making her bow. So now what? Irving Moncada with Three Mean Girls went in well. There's 3 fillies back. Hannah Leahy with Lunar Sky drew post 4. 12-1 on Lunar Sky. Right now, Innisfree Prayer, the 9-5 favorite, with a couple of them back. Misty Way, Sarah Jimenez for Shauna Martin. Fast track, so stand by. One more. Secret Vow, Marcelino Pantoza Jr. for Tim Eggleston with a couple of wins on the card. They're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Secret Vow away fast. Here comes speed from Misty Way, and Holiday Fever was taken back to last. It's a mad dash right there toward the inside. Innisfree Prayer, along with All Great Tune, part of a scramble. Tapit Charm toward the rail. These are very well grouped. It's Innisfree Prayer who's just in front. Tapit Charm pushes through. Tapit Charm takes the lead past the half mile from Innisfree Prayer. One Little Conquest in the black cap right up there, along with Lunar Sky running in 4th. As they enter the far turn, to the inside, Secret Vow gets a run. 3 furlongs to go. Old Great Tune on the far outside. Misty Way got a shuffle. So what now looks to gain toward the inside? Some 7 from the speed as they roll toward the quarter pole. To the inside, Tornado's Quest. That's rather back to 3 Mean Girls, and Holiday Fever is last. Quarter 23.20. Under a quarter of a mile to go. And these maiden fillies head for home. It's been a scramble. Tapit Charm toward the inside with Innisfree Prayer. Half mile 47.44. Fourth through. Charging toward the inside as they come down to the final furlong. Tornado's Quest, Secret Vow, she's under pressure. One Little Conquest under pressure. So what now is the filly that's running on? But past the 16th with Amir Mendoza. Innisfree Prayer has scored the winning run nicely. Innisfree Prayer gets the result by 6. So what now was second? Tapit Charm third. Tornado's Quest 4th. And One Little Conquest finished back in 5th. One 13.12 seconds after the maiden fillies dash. 113.12. 2 Innisfree Prayer at 6-5, racing out to the maiden fillies ranks. Amir Mendoza for John Harron. It was 9-1 on the 9, the newcomers. So now what? We'll get the silver. Tapit Charm for the bronze. Tornada's Quest was back in fourth, and One Little Conquest for the Pentafecta that was featured in one of our future races for the Pentafecta. So the top four, stand by for that order. 113.12. Number 9, so now what? 1 second, 1 Tapit Charm confirmed third, and 7 Tornada's Quest was fourth for the Superfecta. Pentafecta featured on the next one. One of those taken off the turf course. Fast track here, 2917 after the running of race 5. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle number 2, Innis Free Prayer. With Amir Mendoza. Innis Free Prayer is a 3-year-old dark gray brown filly by Prayer for Relief. Our thoughts to his connections, having just passed away this week, the sire Prayer for Relief. John Harron, Harron Thoroughbreds LLC, and Michael J. Ryan's Clabbermore Stable LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Innis Free Prayer. Out of an Arch Mare, out to the maiden fillies ranks, it's official. 2917 for the Superfecta. Paid $195.09. 50-cent pick 3, $17.85 when capped off by Innis Free Prayer. 50-cent trifecta, 291. Tapit Charm was third, $194.45. 2-2 double, $25.40. The 50-cent early pick 5 daily starts on the first of the day. 5 out of 5, $327.05. $1 early pick 4, that daily starts on our second race on the card. 3 with the 1 with the 2 with the 2. $1 early pick 4 netted $73.60. All 11 ran. Favored first, 113.12 fast track. 21 minutes away, race 6 featuring the Pentafecta today. It's off the turf, main track mile. Scratch 2, Dreaming Smart. 4, Cow Creek Kid. Take out the 12, High as the Sky. 13, Pelagio. Scratch 14, Aubrey's Max, and 15, Reflex. Main track mile. Scratch 2, 4. 12 through the number 15. 11 Ease My Mind as a main track only will run, and the jockey will be Jose Gutierrez. Jose Gutierrez rides number 11. Main track only entered. Ease My Mind runs. Main track mile. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Mentioned the Grand High 5. It's a pentafecta on the mile. Double pick 3. Post time 4:47. Fast track. The card, they're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Secret Vow away fast. Here comes speed from Misty Way, and Holiday Fever was taken back to last. It's a mad dash right there toward the inside. Innis Free Prayer, along with All Great Tune, part of a scramble. Tapit Charm toward the rail. These are very well grouped. It's Innis Free Prayer who's just in front. Tapit Charm pushes through. Tapit Charm takes the lead past the half mile from Innis Free Prayer. One Little Conquest in the black cap right up there, along with Lunar Sky running in fourth. As they enter the far turn, to the inside, Secret Vow gets a run. 3 furlongs to go. Old Great Tune on the far outside. Misty Way got a shuffle. So what now looks to gain toward the inside? Some 7 from the speed as they roll toward the quarter pole. To the inside, Tornada's Quest. Does rather back to 3 Mean Girls, and Holiday Fever is last. Quarter 23.20. Under a quarter of a mile to go. And these maiden fillies head for home. It's been a scramble. Tapit Charm toward the inside with Innis Free Pair. Half mile 47.44, fourth through. Charging toward the inside as they come down to the final furlong. Tornada's Quest, Secret Vow, she's under pressure. One Little Conquest under pressure. So what now is the filly that's running on? But past the 16th with Amir Mendoza. Innis Free Prayer has scored the winning run nicely. Innis Free Prayer gets the result by 6. So what now was second? Tapit Charm third.
9 minutes to race 6. I had a little heart attack there. If you guys watch the pre-race show, which I know a lot of you don't, but I had a couple of jockey chains that I didn't have. John hooked me up. But in this one, it's Jose Gutierrez on the 11. Shout out to my AV team for making sure I had that one. Haran Thoroughbreds looking for 2, baby. He just won that last race with Innisfree Prayer. Amir aboard. Talked up Amir earlier today. I mean, he's just been riding lights out here. And he's aboard for him in this one as well. So here in race 6, we do have a 3-year-old and up claiming for 12.5. It was slated for 7.5 on the turf. It will be contested now at a mile on the dirt. And the 11, the MTO, draws in. Just looking really nice. Ease my mind in here. Dropping down in class for John Haran and Amir Mendoza, who I think has another really nice shot in here today. This horse, like I said, dropping down in class is coming from, is not shipping in, has been here. And in June on the 30th, ended up getting second by less than a length. This horse put up a 78 Brisnet speed figure in that race, and it was at a mile, which is today's distance. And then the mile race before this on June 4th, which was in a similar class, this horse had done really well and won by half a length. So I'm going to go with the 11 on top. I mean, obviously it's an MTO. They're happy it came off grass because he's never ran on the grass, and I think they were looking for this distance as well. I think it just really has all lined up for him. Now, talking about his running style, if you look, go all the way back to June 10th. This horse was 3 lengths back, ended up 5th. Then you go to the next race where it was 1 or 2 and also ended up. Now, when this horse gets to the lead, or is just behind the lead, a 3rd place finish. Then Klopp gets him. In every race where he gets the lead first, he battles harder. He tries to stay up there more than if he gets out and he's a length or 2 behind people. He looks like he just settles in. He's like, okay, well, I'm not in the front, so I'm just gonna. That's what it looks like to me. I watched a bunch of these races, and it looks like if he doesn't get to the lead. Now, to prove my point, if you look at these last 2, on the lead, wins, on the lead, loses by a 1/4 of a length. So I just think that this horse, if he can get to the front, is going to do well, and he's going a mile today, and he has really nice speed routing on the dirt. So he's kind of obvious to me. Right now, the 3 and the 11 are co-favorites at 5-2, and that works out for me because I got the 3 next. In my picks. Papiamento. Let's see how this one looks. I didn't get to check out how the 11 looked because it was hiding the whole time. The 3 looks great. Alexander Crispin is aboard here for Miss Tracy Wisner. Miss Tracy Wisner is technically a high percentage trainer. Out of the horses that she's had run, she has an over 20% win clip and an almost 40% in the money. That is not bad at all. It's 4-year-old gelding by Medaglio d'Oro, a Curlin Dam. It's not shocking that this horse is talented. However, it's not on grass today. And if you look at this horse's dirt tries, they have been lackluster at best. I still think that he's talented. It's in a 9-horse field. We've got some scratches. I think the landscape of the race is going to be a little different. But yeah, this horse is running on dirt today, guys. It's not running on turf, but the numbers are phenomenal on the 3. Tracy also has had 3 wins in her last 9 racing days. So just got to put this one in. I think it's got a shot. Obviously, again, class relief, top reason for most people, I'm sure, going from 20 to 12.5 here today. And then Creek Valley, Fernando de la Cruz looking for a double here. That would be 2 days in a row that Fernando's had a double. He's riding for Mr. Aaron West. Talk about another high percentage trainer. I mean, Aaron just can't do no wrong lately. 20% win clip, 46% in the money. You got to include him in the money when he runs. Aaron's usually right there. If his horse looks like it's got a shot, it's got a shot. It's 9-2 right now, and it's coming out of the same class, though. Go-Go Row was in there. This horse just gets bumped a lot, honestly. Comes out, boom. Comes out, boom. And then improves late. Last time got out clear and just got outrun in that race, but looked really good and looks calm and ready to go in the paddock now. Creek Valley has Aaron West also has 27% claiming ranks, and Creek Valley running that second versus similar also. Plus, him and Fernando have had some really nice three really nice ones together in the last few that they've teamed up. So in this race, I have 11-3-1, claiming for 12-5 that did come off the grass. So we got 9 betting interests, really still held together as a very nice race. And I'm going to go with the MTO. Not only was this horse this is its kind of race, but it's also got that MTO luck, which is totally a thing here because we get some pretty big long shots hitting that draw in. 4 minutes to post. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 6th race. This one of the 3 taken off the turf course. Main track fast here over the mile. Scratch 2, Dreaming Smart. 4, Cow Creek Kid. Take out 12, High as the Sky. 13, Pelagio. 14, Aubrey's Max. And scratch 15, Reflex. 11, Ease My Mind runs as a main track only for John Harron and the jockey Jose Gutierrez. Rides 11, Ease My Mind, Jose Gutierrez. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. We noted the pentafecta here. Double pick 3. Fast track for the mile. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Fernando Little Cruz with Quink Valley. First of the 9 to move into the starting gate here over the mile. Samuel Bermudez with Veneno Futuro. Now Alexander Crispin partners Papiamento. Bowtree Finney, Amir Mendoza on the Tuesday score sheet. Joe Ramos, Phenomenal Dream. Joseph Bilmer with Go Go Roro, now Phenomenal Dream. Fast Track here. It's the second of 3 that would take it off the Caesars course. It's all main track card. Fast Summer Poli with Huevos Doro. Just a couple of them back here at the mile start. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Nahalem. $64-1 on Nahalem. With the second winningest jockey here this season, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. And one more, Jose Gutierrez with Ease My Mind. John Harron's main track only. Fast Track over the mile. All in. And they're off. Veneno Futuro, Papiamento being sent, and Quake Valley has pole position for Fernando de la Cruz as they charge into the first turn. It's Quake Valley. Quake Valley in front. From toward the inside, Huevos Doro, who found the rail with a red cap. Papiamento's right up there at the 6.5, and Veneno Futuro and the Black Silks is posted wide, running in 4th. It's a break of 4 more. 2 toward the inside, Bowtree Fitty, who's joined on the outside by Ease My Mind in the White Silks and cap. Then it's a break of 9 more to Go Go Roro, and Nahalem is running second to last, and the horse that lost the rider was Phenomenal Dream. Phenomenal Dream, unseated jockey Joe Ramos. And the running here of the mile. And on the first turn run, Joe is up and walking to the truck. The quarter 23.69. They left a half-mile pole behind with Quink Valley the leader. Half mile in 47.07. Quink Valley and Papiamento. 3/4 length between them, and inside 3 furlongs to go. Huevos Doro looking to draw in now from 3rd for Summer Poli as they come toward the quarter pole. Ease My Mind is back in 4th. Go Go Roro has run from 5th, and Veneno Futuro tailed off as they turn for home. 3/4, 1 minute 11.84 seconds. Huevos Doro has emerged in front. Quink Valley capitulates. Papiamento looks to be one place now, but it's still Huevos Doro. And toward the inside, Nahalem is charging at 74-1. Nahalem comes up the rail. Huevos Doro just clings on. Papiamento battles to the finish. Huevos Doro won it from Papiamento, and long odds. Nahalem, Ease My Mind 4th, and Quink Valley finished 5th. Bowtree Fitty was next, well clear. $138.71. Stewart's Inquiry, first turn run. Number 9, Huevos Doro. at 25-1 was first. The judges will examine a photo before posting the second and third. Ease My Mind was fourth and Creek Valley back in fifth. 138.71, Phenomenal Dream unseated Joe Ramos, who got up to his feet on the first turn, and that's part of an inquiry. 25-1, there he is. Huevos Doro on the mile. The judges have posted its unofficial inquiry first turn. 3 Papiamento second, 10 Nahalem third, 11 Ease My Mind fourth, and 1 Creek Valley fifth. Stewart's inquiry ongoing, first turn run, looking at 8 Phenomenal Dream, and again Joe Ramos was up to his feet, and back to the jockey's quarters Joe Ramos went. The horse that unseated the rider on the first turn, Phenomenal Dream, is with the outrider over here on the far turn. Inquiry has been withdrawn with regard to the first turn run. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, number 9, Huevos Doro with Summer Polly. Huevos Doro at 25-1. 4-year-old big gelding by Bold Doro. The Bodemeister mare, Gabby Meister, for Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Huevos Doro. Rank 6 official. $52 winner after the mile. There was that inquiry into the first turn run. No changes made to the order after the mile. $3,634 will be a pentafecta carryover. That on to race 7. Pick 3, $117.25. Results and prices after the mile. The pentafecta carries over to race 7. $3,634. 9-3 exacta. $316.60, 50-cent trifecta. $1,894.10. 2-9 double, $190 even. 10-cent superfecta paid $834.70. Ease My Mind, the MTO was 4th. Pick 3, $117.25. And again, that 10-cent grand high 5, that's the pentafecta. Carries over to the sprint for $3,634. Claimed out of the mile was the 7 Veneno Futuro. New owner Ted Harpold. Trainer Jamie Grubbs claimed Veneno Futuro. Ted Geraci claiming Veneno Futuro. Jamie Grubbs, the trainer, claimed away Veneno Futuro after the mile. Ted Geraci, Jamie Grubbs. 20 minutes away, race 7. And in the sprint, scratch 3,000s of hopes. 3,000s of hopes has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. That carryover again, pentafecta. $3,634. Start to the $5 last call thoroughbred double. Final pick 3 of a 9-race all main track day. Fast track the sprint with a carryover. And the pentafecta off at 5:20. Here comes a mile. Race replay. And they're off. Veneno Futuro, Papiamento being sent, and Creek Valley has pole position for Fernando de la Cruz as they charge into the first turn. It's Creek Valley. Creek Valley in front. From toward the inside, Huevos Doro, who found the rail with a red cap. Papiamento's right up there at the 6.5, and Veneno Futuro and the Black Silks is posted wide, running in 4th. It's a break of 4 more. 2 toward the inside, Bowtree Fitty, who's joined on the outside by Ease My Mind in the White Silks and Cap. Then it's a break of 9 more to Go Go Roro, and Nahalem is running second to last. And the horse that lost the rider was Phenomenal Dream. Phenomenal Dream, unseated jockey Joe Ramos. And the running here of the mile, and on the first turn run, Joe is up and walking to the truck. The quarter 23.69, they left a half-mile pole behind with Creek Valley the leader. Half mile in 47.07. Creek Valley and Papiamento. 3/4 length between them, and inside 3 furlongs to go. Huevos Doro looking to draw in now from third for Summer Pauly as they come toward the quarter pole. Ease My Mind is back in 4th. Go Go Roro has run from 5th, and Veneno Futuro tailed off as they turn for home. 3/4, 1 minute 11.84 seconds. Huevos Doro has emerged in front. Creek Valley capitulates. Papiamento looks to be one pace now, but it's still Huevos Doro. And toward the inside, Nahalem is charging at 74-1. Nahalem comes up the rail. Huevos Doro just clings on. Papiamento battles to the finish. Huevos Doro won it from Papiamento and long odds. Nahalem, Ease My Mind 4th, and Creek Valley finished.
Light bulb angle fully in play for Jueves de Oro. Back-to-back wins from maiden 5 to 12-5, non-winners of 2 for Gennaro Garcia. And that runner spicing things up in that Itoba pick 4 and the pick 5 as well. We'll kick off that late daily double in here. One of my favorite plays at the track, $5 minimum, late daily double. Ultra low takeout, 15% takeout. And hopefully the retail certainly packs it in for those daily double opportunities here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Allowance group in here, very nice, talented group has been assembled. Sketch number 3, Thousands of Hopes. I'm going to go to your outside runners in here. I think all 3 of them deserve a look. I did land on Illegal Contact, who's chilly on the board, at least right now. 2-1 morning line, currently 7-2. Randy Klopp, Moncada, going to be teaming here, jockey-trainer combination that has been red hot here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, winning at 16% over $1 ROI. This horse had an ultra low, probably a too low, frankly, morning line, but is chilly on the board right now, 7-2, maybe a little bit more of a reasonable expectation for this horse. I think when it's all said and done, Illegal Contact is likely going to go off as your second choice in here. A horse who's finished second in the last 2 tries at about 6-1 in competitions similar to this one, similar class levels with Dawei and Slam Dunk Justice, who's become very win happy as well. Legal Contact exiting a race in the slot back to a fast main track. I always like that angle. In fact, that angle has worked with success in the past for this horse as well. So trying to get back to their winning ways. They did win 2 late in the season last year, October 14th and November 3rd, when many of their conditions were a little bit watered down after nearly 7 full months of racing. But this season they've held their own, just haven't been able to get the job done. We'll see if today's the day for Illegal Contact and our leading trainer, Randy Klopp. The 8 is taking all the action, though. This is a class of the field for Cipriano Contreras, Manny Esquivel. Contreras Stables, Rigoberto has some back class to his name. He's 9 for 13 in the top 3, just under $130,000 in career earnings for this good-looking gray who has won on both the turf, the dirt. He's won on the lead. He's won coming from off the pace. He exits the same race as Illegal Contact. I thought he ran an improved race, first start of the season in his 5-year-old seasonal debut. It did take him until June to get back, so clearly that wasn't in the plan. Last season they debuted at 4, April 22nd. This year it took him a little bit longer to get back to the races. He went off at 5-2. He took some action, but not a ton of love in a 6-horse event. Ran well, showed some speed, stayed on evenly. He did not wave the white flag by any means for this good-looking gray by Unbridled Express. I think he'll be stronger today. Second start off the layoff, and you could also argue that it wasn't necessarily the layoff that did him in. Maybe he just doesn't like the slop all that much. A lot of his success and most of his earnings have all come on a fast main track. He should be an improved effort today, and it looks like the bettors would agree. This is your likely favorite, 5-2, but in very lukewarm fashion. Tap, tap, tap it in. It's kind of a horse that just refusing to give up on, and maybe this might be the last effort. But Tim Eggleston looking for a training triple. He kicked off our early daily double, going back-to-back with Beach Dancer in the winner in the opener. He looks to pick up 3 wins in here. Joe Ramos going to be aboard. Tap, tap, tap it in. And it's really, what have you done for me recently? This is a horse that if you drew a line through his last race, he might very well go off favored in here. Now, recency would suggest maybe he just threw in a clunker. Who knows what happened? Maybe kicked a shoe or did something miss. I don't have any notes that there was anything that jumped off the page. It was his first start on a sloppy track. He may not have liked it. Not sure what it was, but they're going to go from Fernando de la Cruz to Joe Ramos in the saddle. Tim Eggleston, he's having a hot day. He's won 2 races so far. He looks to keep that momentum going in here with Tap, Tap, Tap It In, who does have a little bit of second-itis. I mean, this horse he has 6 second-place finishes. He hasn't always dug down deep when it matters most, and that's cost him in a handful of his races, but he's certainly fast enough if he returns to those fast efforts that he put on earlier this season. In fact, May 12th and June 2nd, if he runs those efforts, he's going to be in with a big shot. But the bettors are all about what have you done for me recently, and they're a little bit chilly on him after that poor performance in his first start in the slop. 7-2 on the board. 7, 8, and 6 for me. This is a wide-open event. If you're still alive in those pick 4s or pick 5s, certainly wish you the best of luck closing it out, but you are far from home because a wide-open event in which many can win in that late daily double. $5 minimum late thoroughbred daily double. It's all the rage, what everyone's been talking about. $5 minimum late daily double with some wide open races. We've got a big race here, and the last and the finale, the thoroughbred finale today, is no easy pickings either, as we're about 6 minutes away from race 7 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck.
The horses called postward for the 7th race. State-bred sprint feature of the day over the 6 furlongs. Fast track with a field of 7. Number 3, Thousands of Hopes, has been scratched. Scratch the 3, Thousands of Hopes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Now there is a carryover. Carryover in the 10-cent Grand High 5. That's the Pentafecta. 7 of them will run. Pentafecta carryover, $3,634. In addition to the Pentafecta carryover, this the first leg of the $5 last call thoroughbred double. Final pick 3 on races 7, 8, and 9 featured. Fast track, 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the State Bred Sprint feature of the day. Scratch 3,000s of hopes. The 3 is a non-runner. Here's the carryover in the Pentafecta. That's the 10-cent grand high five, $3,634. $3,566 in new Pentafecta pool money for the State Bred Sprint. Fast track, it's due off. Last chance of that Pentafecta carryover. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Sprint feature of the day. Danny Sheehy with happiest moment. First of 7 to move into the starting gate. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Save My Town has joined happiest moment. Joseph Romero with Lambe in the red. Joe Ramos, tap, tap, tap it in. Trainer Tim Eggleston with a couple of wins on the card. Fernando de la Cruz with Catch a Night Train. Irving Moncada, Illegal Contact, like Catch a Night Train, both in the feature for Randy Klopp, and one more. Manny Escobar, Rigoberto. This is second starts of the year over the 6 furlongs. Fast track today, all in line. Ready. And they're off. Illegal Contact for the early lead. Toward the inside, Catch a Night Train. Save My Town is in the turquoise cap. And here's Tap, Tap, Tap It In, who splits them for Joe Ramos and is part of a battle. And happiest moment now coming with a push from the rail for Danny Sheehy. It's happiest moment who's in tight quarters. Catch a Night Train and Save My Town. They come to the forefront with on the outside, Tap, Tap, Tap It In. Legal Contact, part of a scramble at the 3.5. Happiest moment took back toward the inside and is joined by Rigoberto, who's on the outside for Manny Esquivel in the clear. As they roll to 3 furlongs from home, and Lambe trails the State Bred Sprint. The quarter was 22.33. Illegal Contact right now for Irving Moncada. And Illegal Contact has taken the lead past the quarter pole from Tap, Tap, Tap It In, and Rigoberto looms up, then Save My Town. Here come the Hoosiers into the stretch. Half mile 45.34, Illegal Contact. 1 furlong to go, and there's widened. Legal Contact is now 4 lengths in front from Rigoberto with Tap, Tap, Tap It In and Save My Town. Late bid by Lambe to get into second. Illegal Contact not for the catching. Legal Contact won by 4 from Lambe. Rigoberto third, Save My Town fourth, and Tap, Tap, Tap It In finished fifth for the Pentafecta that had a carryover going in. Legal Contact in 110.39, and the sprint feature of the day for the shoe. 110.39 after the sprint feature. 7-2-8-5-6. Legal contact has beaten home Lambay. Rigoberto saved my town, and there's tap it in at 3-1 for the Pentafecta. Catch a Night Train and Happiest Moment, they were together past the finish. It's gone to a legal contact. Son of Mr. Speaker, Irving Moncada for Randy Klopp. A Speed Stable win at 4-1, a legal contact in 110.39. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 7, a legal contact. The winning jockey, Irving Moncada. Illegal contact is a 4-year-old big gelding by Mr. Speaker. Out of the Consolidator mare, 5-yard penalty. Racing for Roger Speece, Speece Stable LLC, and Randy Klopp. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of a legal contact. Takes out the sprint feature of the day at 110.39 on a fast track. It's official. $7-2 exacta, net at $89.40. 50-cent trifecta, 7-2-8, $97.25. Tap it in was fifth. A 10-cent pentafecta. How about carryover going into it? $121.28, 72856 for the 10-cent grand high 5. A 9-7 double, $358. Save My Town was fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 7285, netted $48.93. And the pick 3 capped off by a legal contact, $130.30. In the sprint, 3 was a non-runner. Favorite third. 7 ran, 110.39. 19 minutes away, race 8 of 9. This one of 3 taken off the turf course. Race 8 at 5:49. Main track over the 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 1, Dreaming Collect. Take out the 2, Go Town. Scratch 5, Good Family. 8, Slam Diego. Scratch the 9, Jalila. And take out the 10, Annie Express. Recapping, scratch 1, 2, 5, 8, 9, and the 10. Rider changes, 3, Mackenzie's Glory to Danny Sheehy. Danny Sheehy will partner number 3, Mackenzie's Glory. Number 12, Let's Chant It, will be ridden by the meat leader, Fernando Veta Cruz. Has a win on the card. Fernando Veta Cruz on the 12, Let's Chant It. 4, Coach Albert Laney, part of the ownership Elkhorn Creek Thoroughbred LLC, added to the ownership of the 4, Coach Albert Lady. There's an ownership correction there. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Another pentafecta on the day. Starts at the late double. Post time 5:49. And they're off. Illegal contact for the early lead toward the inside. Catch a Night Train. Save My Town is in the turquoise cap. And here's Tap It In, who splits them for Joe Ramos and is part of a battle. And Happiest Moment now coming with a push from the rail for Danny Sheehy. It's Happiest Moment, who's in tight quarters. Catch a Night Train and Save My Town. They come to the forefront with on the outside Tap It In. Legal contact, part of a scramble at the 3.5. happiest moment, took back toward the inside and is joined by Rigoberto, who's on the outside for Manny Esquivel in the clear. As they roll to 3 furlongs from home, and Lambay trails the State Bred Sprint. The quarter was 22.33. Illegal contact right now for Irving Moncada. And illegal contact has taken the lead past the quarter pole. From tapping in, and Rigoberto looms up, then Save My Town. Here come the Hoosiers into the stretch. Half mile 45.34. Illegal contact. 1 furlong to go, and there's widened. Legal contact is now 4 lengths in front from Rigoberto with tapping in and Save My Town. Late bid by Lambay to get into second. Illegal contact, not for the catching. Legal contact won by 4 from Lambay. Rigoberto third, Save My Town fourth, and tap.
Illegal contact, just avoided the rest of that field. Everybody else was running for second. Moncada had a ton of horse. Randy Klopp gets a winner on the day with illegal contact, returning $10.40, despite running like a very heavily backed favorite. Now, we go to our final thoroughbred event of the evening. Your final pick, their daily double opportunity, featuring both thoroughbreds as well as quarter horses, is Martha Clausen takes over for the ninth and final, a very nice 330-yard sprint. This one originally carded for the turf, now off turf, and with that comes a handful of scratches. Scratch the 1, 2, 5, 8, 9, and 10. 1, 2, 5, 8, 9, and 10. Very even betting board right now. We may be off the turf, but the bettors are having a difficult time narrowing this one down and isolating a horse for favoritism, because right now the 3, 4, 6, 11, and 12 all separated by just a couple of points as well in the win pools. So certainly something to monitor. I do believe when it's all said and done that it's very likely that Coach Albert Lady is likely going to go off favorite, a horse who last ran at Saratoga on Belmont Stakes Day. Yes, that is true. Saratoga on Belmont Stakes Day for Coach Albert Lady, who's likely going to go off favorite in this spot. But I'm going to go to a horse with recency here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Let's chance it. Could be a horse for course here at Horseshoe Indy. Now, certainly doesn't have the class of some of the others in here, but does have one thing going for her, is that she's consistent, and she's consistent at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A win, 2 seconds, and a third here. She got the job done last time out in a sloppy racetrack with what we saw with illegal contact, going from sloppy to fast. I don't have any statistics to back my indications that oftentimes those sloppy surfaces, very deep, very tiring, they do come back a little bit stronger their next out. It's just my opinion. That could be the case in here with Let's Chance It. We saw earlier today some very nice pick 4 and pick 5 will pays. Thankful to a horse who took a while to break the maiden and then went bang, bang. We saw that with Huevos de Oro winning at about $57 for a $2 win place. So Let's Chance It could be that gal as well. I mean, she broke the maiden last time out. She did so against Older for the first time. Usually she had been against her own age group. It was a tall task. She stretched out. She did so with a plum. She took on Older, and she got the job done. I think she could go back-to-back in here for Paul King's homebred, the 3-year-old. Let's Chance It with our leading rider, Fernando de la Cruz, picking up the mount in here for Aaron West, currently favored, but in lukewarm fashion at 5-2. The 11 is right next door, 1 for 22. That's a little bit pesky. However, their only win did come on the turf, but they're only 0 for 3 on a fast main track. So could be good signs for Cotilliard. First start off the claim for Mahika. Cotilliard, certainly a good-looking daughter by Temple City. I'm just going to take a minute and just look at that beautiful. Ears up, paying attention. And certainly looks picture perfect down here in the walking ring. She even took a step out to just showcase that beautiful coat being by Temple City. First start off the claimed horse who was 1 for 22. Now that is brave. There's two ways to look at it. The other one's not nearly as flattering. I'm going to choose brave, claiming a horse who has 1 win from 22 starts. But they must like what they see, because they do keep this horse protected. They don't come back in for a tag, and they certainly don't want this one going home with anyone else today. We'll see if Cotilliard in that back class can get that elusive second victory, but she is only 0 for 3 on a fast main track, 7-2 on the board. The 6 is Fancy Fascinator. Ed Moger, Summer Pauly in here. The Moger gang, 3 for 20 with his 5-year-old mare by Sir Prancelot. Has speed and therefore a big chance. Can she get the distance? That's the ultimate question mark. She really hasn't been around 2 turns very often. In fact, this might be the first time in her career that she has tried going a route of ground, especially on the dirt. They did try going 2 turns early in her career on the turf, both at Golden Gate, Santa Anita, and Ellis Park as well. Since then, they've kept her to sprinting. She goes turf to dirt in play. She's got speed. She should have the lead. She should be alone up front. Can she get the distance and the stamina? That's yet to be determined. They've tried everything with her, though. She's been on the synthetic. She's been on the turf. She's gone long on the turf. Now she's going to try going long on the dirt in here. We'll see if Fancy Fascinator can get the job done. But it looks like the betting public, at least not at this stage, but as they approach the gate, do not be surprised if Coach Albert Lady, 4-year-old filly by Mendelssohn, who started her career overseas and was last seen at Saratoga on Belmont Stakes Day, That's the one projected to go off favorite, at least monitoring those wheel pace. I think Coach Albert Lady is going to get hit pretty hard as they approach the gate, but I'm going to go to the outside runner with the local steam in Aaron West and Fernando de la Cruz. Martha Clausen takes you through the last and final on a Tuesday for race 9, but we're 5 minutes away from the final daily double opportunity on what turned out to be a beautiful Tuesday in Shelbyville, Indiana. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 8th race. This 103 that was taken off the turf course here was an all-main track hard fast. These distaffers over the 1 mile and 70 yards, they field of 7. Scratch 1, Dreaming Collect. 2, Go Town. Scratch 5, Good Family. 8, Slam Diego. Take out 9, Jalila, and 10, Annie Express. 3, Mackenzie's Glory, the jockey. Danny Sheehy. Partners 3, Mackenzie's Glory. Number 12, that's Chance It, the rider Fernando de la Cruz. 4, Coach Albert Lady, part of the ownership Elkhorn Creek Thoroughbred LLC, that of Scott Archer. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, here are the 10-cent Pentafecta, no carryovers, final double of the day on a fast track, 3 minutes, 2 post time. For those wagering on our final double of the day, 9th race, a quarter horse dash over the 330 yards. Fast track in the 9th. There are no scratches, all 8 run. No rider changes in the quarter horse dash over the 330 at the tail end of the card. Fast track now 2 minutes. This on the main track with less than 1 minute to post time at 1 mile and 70 yards. Fast track once again scratch the 1, 2, 5, 8, 9, and the 10 are all non-runners. 6 to start. There is the 10-cent grand high 5 pentafecta wagering. Final double. Fast track less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile, 70 yard start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Danny Sheehy with Mackenzie's Glory. Manny Esquivel, she's honed in. They've taken their positions within the starting gate. Martin Garcia with Cotillard. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Up comes the Mendelssohn filly, Coach Albert Lady. 1 mile and 70 yards, 2 back. Fancy Fascinator would be a double for Summer Pauly. One more, Let's Chance It. Fernando de la Cruz has a win on the card and leads with 42 here at the meet. They're in the gate. And they're off. Here's Let's Chance It. She's honed in, is right there with her, and toward the inside, Coach Albert Lady in the red cap. Cotillard, Mackenzie's Glory, and as they enter the first turn, Fancy Fascinator has dropped back to last. The leader, She's honed in, has taken the lead for Manny Esquivel and is in front here of Let's Chance It in the purple cap. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and Coach Albert Lady tucked in toward the rail, running a close third by 3/4 length. Cotillard is next in fourth, Mackenzie's Glory and Fancy Fascinator. The quarter for She's honed in, an 11-1 leader. 24.16 seconds with Manny Esquivel. She's honed in dictates terms to Let's Chance It, who stays close to her for Fernando de la Cruz. To the inside is Coach Albert Lady, a handy third, as these fillies of mare go past the half-mile pole. Martin Garcia and Cotillard is next in fourth. Then on the outside, Mackenzie's Glory, a wider angle of attack for Danny Sheehy, and with Summer Pauly, Fancy Fascinator toward the rail. They're being led still by She's honed in. Half mile 48.66, steady as she goes. She's honed in, continues to just hold. Let's chance it as Cotillard is now making three-path progress on these leaders. Here's the quarter pole. Coach Albert Lady's been saving ground. And then Mackenzie's Glory and Fancy Fascinator tries to rally up the rail. She's honed in, has led them a long way. Three-quarters, woman at 13.10 seconds. She's honed in, tackled by Let's Chance It. Coach Albert Lady was switched out, and she's charging hard as Let's Chant It takes the lead past the 16th. Coach Albert Lady still coming full on. Coach Albert Lady for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. got her. Coach Albert Lady takes Let's Chance It. Cotillard third, and then further back she's zoned in from Mackenzie's Glory, and Fancy Fascinator was last of the sextet. $141.45 after the distaff. 141.45. We're standing by for the run order from the judges. There's Coach Albert Lady at 9-5 over 3-112. Let's chance it. 9-2-11. Cotillard third, and 7 at 11-1. She's honed in back in fourth. Mackenzie's Glory and Fancy Fascinator. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. lifting the favorite home at 9-5. Coach Albert Lady, daughter of Mendelssohn, for Rudolph Basset. 4-12, 11-7 in frame. Hold all until official. And the distaff route feature of the day, 6 of them ran. They scratched the Pentafecta wager from it. 4-12, 11-7 for the Superfecta, and it's official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 4, Coach Albert Lady with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Coach Albert Lady is a 4-year-old dark bear brown filly by Mendelssohn. Out of Swan of the Nile by Pioneer of the Nile. Rudolph Basset trains for Elkhorn Creek Thoroughbred LLC, Scott Archer. The ownership added David Sia, Jeff Reardon. Naoya Yoshida, Eric Crawfords, Los Redos Racing Club. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Coach Albert Lady. Superfecta paid $21.20. She's honed in, ran fourth. Pick 3, $194 and change. 4-12 exacta, $20.40. 50-cent trifecta, $28.25. 7-4 for that $5 last call double, and even $156. 50-cent late fire 5 pays out on 5 of 5. $2,314.60. And the $1 I Toba late pick 404, $1,070.10. 6 ran, 141.45. 17 minutes away. Last of the day over the 3:30. Fast track for the finale. No scratches, no rider changes. Number 4, HF Just Reno 3 over. 6 Political Winner plus 3. 7 Dashin Quick Corona 3 over, and 8 Philomena plus 2 pounds, and 8 of them will run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and here the 10-cent quarter horse, Pentafecta. Post time, 6:16. card and leads with 42 here at the meet. They're in the gate. And they're off. Here's Let's Chance It. She's Honed In is right there with her, and toward the inside, Coach Albert Lady in the red cap, Coach Yard Mackenzie's Glory, and as they enter the first turn, Fancy Fascinator has dropped back to last. The leader, She's Honed In, has taken the lead for Manny Esquivel and is in front here of Let's Chance It in the purple cap. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and Coach Albert Lady tucked in toward the rail, running a close third by 3/4 length. Coach Yard is next in fourth, Mackenzie's Glory and Fancy Fascinator. The quarter for She's Honed In, an 11-1 leader. 24.16 seconds with Manny Esquivel. She's Honed In dictates terms to Let's Chance It, who stays close to her for Fernando de la Cruz. To the inside is Coach Albert Lady, a handy third, as these fillies of mare go past the half-mile pole. Martin Garcia and Coach Yard is next in fourth. Then on the outside, Mackenzie's Glory, a wider angle of attack for Danny Sheehy, and with Summer Poley, Fancy Fascinator toward the rail. They're being led still by She's Honed In. Half mile 48.66, steady as she goes. She's Honed In continues to just hold Let's Chance It, as Cotillard is now making three-path progress on these leaders. Here's the quarter pole. Coach Albert Lady's been saving ground, and then Mackenzie's Glory and Fancy Fascinator tries to rally up the rail. She's Honed In has led them a long way. 3/4, 1 minute 13.10 seconds. She's Honed In tackled by Let's Chance It. Coach Albert Lady was switched out, and she's charging hard as Let's Chance It takes the lead past the 16th. Coach Albert Lady still coming full on. Coach Albert Lady for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. got her. Coach Albert Lady takes Let's Chance It. Coach Yard third, and then Card leads with
Well, even though I totally understood the reason for the cancellation of yesterday's quarter horse card due to that very intense storm that swept in toward the latter part of the afternoon, I was really sad not to be able to see one of my favorite distances, the 110-yard allowance. I'm sure it's going to come back. It just brings back fond memories of horses competing at this distance and the crowd's really getting excited. My Sam Houston days, Eric Johnston, who was the racing secretary, started a stakes race at 110 yards called the Texas Twister. It was so popular the first year, he had to run 2 divisions the following year. I mean, it's a lot of fun. Anyway, I'm pretty sure it'll come back, and I'll do my usual ribbing to John G. Dooley, asking him how many horses can he call in the span of 7 seconds. Of course, he always amazes me with his vocal prowess. All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at today's quarter horse action. It's 330-yard allowance for 3-year-olds and up, and these are non-winners of 2. So let's take a look at a few of my horses, and I'm going to begin with number 4, HF Just Reno, one of 2 entrants from the top conditioner, quarter horse conditioner, Tim Eggleston, but he won a thoroughbred race earlier today in the card. He's a versatile man with a phenomenal crew and a tremendous work ethic. Kind of makes me tired just thinking about his schedule, but he does a great job. Anyway, HF Just Reno is the high earner in the field, really merits a lot of respect. Rolando Pena will pilot the 4-year-old son of Jess Zuman for owner Robert A. Ray. Now, he exits a 3rd place finish in allowance here on July 7th as he makes his 20th career start, so plenty of experience for this gelding. All right, we'll go next to number 6, Political Winner. Now, this horse returns to action for owner and trainer Tony Cunningham following a 5th place finish in his Blue River Derby trial that occurred on June 30th. And it was 5th place and marred with all kinds of trouble, unfortunately. So that was kind of tough. I think he was even placed up a little bit following disqualification of another horse that impeded him. That's what happens sometimes, unfortunately, but tough in a trial. The only other thing I will say about that is you can't overlook some other elements as to why a horse finishes out of the money, but in particular, Political Winner was defeated by the fastest qualifier for the Blue River Derby, and that was H.H. Shakem Kate. Now, I always look to see who he was beat by, a horse was beat by, and in the case, even though a troubled trip occurred, the fact that he lost to the eventual top qualifier was pretty impressive. So I'll give him a better chance today. Hopefully he'll get a nice clean trip under jockey Danny Martinez. All right, let's move on to number 2, and that's Beach Chicks, a 4-year-old mare by Escondido Beach, certainly capable of winning her 2nd career effort. She just missed on June 15th at this level, and she's won at 330 yards, so certainly seems to like that particular distance. Trainer Shauna Martin is going to give a leg up to jockey Diego Bocanegra. Usually rides first call for Natasha Perez, but she does not have one in this race this afternoon. I'll round out my top 4 selections with number 5, and that's Flying Ivory, also trained by Tim Eggleston. Just broke her maiden by a neck on June 23rd under rider Eduardo Diaz, who has the return call. Now, you know, you can make a case for a horse just finishing in the maiden ranks and breaking the maiden and moving up to allowance. But also, you have to understand that the horse is well-bred, bred by Sherry Miller, who's like one of our top quarter horse breeders in Indiana, out of Ivory. James, out of an Escondido Beach mare. So good breeding, good connections. She faces more experienced rivals, but it would be no surprise to see this horse have a good account of herself in the first try and in the allowance ranks. So I'm going 4, 6, 2, 5 in our finale today. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow and Thursday, and it's not too early to get you to mark those calendars for not 1, but 2 all quarter horse days coming up in August. The first is Saturday, August 8th, and then we'll follow that up with a really huge card on Saturday, August 29th. 10:45 a.m. when we begin our all quarter horse days. Well, that's it for me. Have a great evening. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
The horses called postward for the ninth race. Closing off the card with this quarter horse allowance dash over the 330 yards. Fast track, a field of 8. No scratches, no rider changes. These reported overweights. The 4 HF Just Reno plus 3. 6 Political Winner 3 over. 7 Dash and Quick Corona plus 3 pounds. And the 8 Philomena and 2 pounds to the program weight. 8 run. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. And featured here the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. Fast track over the 330 and it's due off soon. The horses are approaching the starting gate. At the gate, it is now post time. Alberto Serran with Runaway Deluxe. Flying Ivory. Eduardo Luna Diaz leads the quarter horse jockeys with 16 wins here this season. Political Winner. Diego Bocanegra. Beach Chicks like Runaway Deluxe, both for Shauna Martin. Fast Track here over the 330 yards. See You, Don't Wanna Be You. Dash and Quick Corona. Rolanda Pena with HF Just Reno. Tim Eggleston 2 and one more. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez with Philomena. This to close out the card. Wednesday post time 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Last of the day. They're in the gate. Runaway Deluxe getting fractious there, and Runaway Deluxe just flipped in the starting gate. Now she's back up to her feet. They were all in line. Starter Oscar Quiros had the trigger in hand. Runaway Deluxe got fractious and will need to be backed out of the starting gate for a veterinarian review. Runaway Deluxe. They all went in well, all were standing well, bar the actions of Runaway Deluxe. It's been confirmed by the Horseshoe Indianapolis stewards. They watched all of that unfold and ordering the scratch of one Runaway Deluxe upon recommendation of the track veterinarian after the 330-yard start. So scratch him, pardon me, the one Runaway Deluxe is out of it now. There will be a consolation double. That'll be a 4-1 consolation double. Scratch one Runaway Deluxe. Multi-race wagers now transferred to the post-time favorite for this 330-yard dash. To reload in just a short time from now, scratch one Runaway Deluxe. After that late scratch on one Runaway Deluxe, the mare Beach Chicks first to move back into the starting gate with Diego Bocanegra. Flying Ivory has the quarter horse meet leader. Eduardo Luna Diaz, See You Don't Wanna Be You. Political winner, backup HF Just Reno comes. Late scratch on one Runaway Deluxe, and the last two to reload. Jamarius O'Neal with Dashin' Quick Corona. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, Filomena, late scratch on the one. Last of the nail then. Ready, off. In the Tuesday finale, Beach Chicks tears away with See You Don't Wanna Be You. HF Just Reno's in a white cap. Flying Ivory past the 220. Political winner Filomena, the one outpaced is Dashing Quick Corona. They're near home. It's Beach Chicks. Here's HF Just Reno. See You Don't Wanna Be You. HF Just Reno takes it from political winner with See You Don't Wanna Be You, Filomena, Beach Chicks, Flying Ivory, and Dashing Quick Corona after the 330 yards. Number 4, HF Just Reno. At 6-5, the final favorite takes it out after the 330 yards. The judges will examine photos before posting the balance. Hold all tickets. The judges have posted number 6, Political Winner, second. Number 3, See You Don't Wanna Be You, third. The number 8 Filomena was 4th and 2 Beach Chicks 5th. 16.798 seconds. Fast Track 16.798. HF Just Reno has beaten home the 6-3, 8 and 2. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 4, HF Just Reno with Rolando Pina. HF Just Reno is a 4-year-old big gelding by Jess Zuman. Out of the PYC Paint Your Wagon mare, BP She Paints All. Tim Eggleston trains for Robert Ray. Tim Eggleston with a couple of thoroughbred wins on the card and takes out the quarter horse closer with HF Just Reno in 16.798. 4-6 exacta paid $23.80. 50-cent trifecta $49.40. 4-4 double $17. Filomena was 4th. 10-cent superfecta 4-6-3-8 paid $38.25. Pentafecta $109 and 2 wheat pennies. That double 4-4 $17 and a 4-1 consolation double $6.60. One runaway deluxe was a late scratch after flipping in the starting gate. Final pick 3 of the day paid $20.05, capped off by HF Just Reno. In the finale, the 1 was a late scratch. Favorite was first. 7 ran. 16.798 seconds. Fast Track. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here on track, and cheers to all who tuned in. Live racing cards this week on Wednesday and Thursday. Today's contest was Beat the Bot, and congratulations to the winner today. Well done, Jay. Back tomorrow from 2:10. Until then, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. For now, track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Ready, off. In the Tuesday finale, Beach Chicks tears away with See You Don't Wanna Be You. HF Just Reno's in a white cap. Flying Ivory past the 220. Political winner Filomena. The one outpaced is Dashing Quick Corona. They're near home. It's Beach Chicks. Here's HF Just Reno. See You Don't Wanna Be You. HF Just Reno takes it from political winner with See You Don't Wanna Be You. Filomena.